Wait, landslides. Wait, why landslides? I'm a little concerned now. Are you guys gonna drop it on me? You're gonna just start the avalanche? Hello everyone. Hi, my name is Miri and I'm your favorite weather dragon who hopes to put a smile on your rainiest days. Yay, my NIKKE day! Hello everyone. First, oh, hi Mystery, hi Missing Brain, hi Utsuro, hi Pew Pew, Ulfie, hi Lies, hello Hans, hello, ow! What the fuck? Why? Hi Brain. And hi Anis, my star. My star. Why me? Are you staring at a girl's cheeks? Both of them. All of them. In like 4K 4 times. Miri might skip leg day, but she never skips butt day. She's got a little bit of leg. She's got a tiny bit of leg. Also, I was wondering why I was hearing like a soft voice in the background. I forgot that I have my stream up in the background just in case anything happens. Hi Vinny, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon. Good time zone, everybody. I'm so excited. I'm gonna do something for the first time that I've never done before because I am a crystal hoarder. Hoarder, there's a D in there. There's a D in there. I'm such a crystal hoarder. I like to save all my crystals for pulls. So we're not doing that today, even though I am saving a lot of crystals and recruits. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for the next event. I wish that they had Drake come out because it just makes sense. We have Maxwell and we have freaking Lapras. Where's Drake? I spent 30k crystals. Oh. I heard people's feelings about Maxwell changed after the event. I was gonna get her outfit, which is still really good, but I was wondering like what people felt to make them change their opinions on Maxwell. I have to read everything. We are gonna try to read everything today, and I am gonna spend crystals for the first time on the story so that we can get conclusion. We can get our not comeuppance, what do you say? Our resolution? Something like that. Only got one copy too. I'm sorry. Maybe you should have had her sit on the copier. Then you could get another type of copy. You could get a different type of copy. Miri would buy the hell out of Playboy Bunny outfit skins. I actually didn't. There was a Playboy Bunny outfit skin that came out, and it was for Rouge before, but I never bought it. But I can show you it in risk of YouTube slamming me. Let me see. This was the Rouge skin that I didn't get. It's not that I didn't like it, because I know there was like a lot of controversy that people didn't like it. It's not that I didn't like it, I just didn't feel anything for it compared to what I usually feel. It is a really good skin though. I like all the costumes that they come out with, like the little heart motifs. Like look at her shoe, it has a freaking, like it has the hearts on it. She has a spades on her head, like the hairpin. I'm pretty sure she has spades under there too, but as a wise yellow-haired man said, oh Mama. She could afford a jacket and those shoes, but not a shirt. She has a shirt. There's like a whatever that's on her shoulder thing. It's just highly crop topped, right? She borrowed it from her younger sister and it just doesn't fit right. I really want to go through all the outfits and talk about my opinions on that. That'll probably be a different stream, but I really want to talk about all of these. Like, the first thing that I noticed are beauty marks on a character, and I like this one that's right under her bobbles. Oh my gosh, her outfit must be so annoying though. It's all like latex or pleather. That's like gotta be so hot outside of just being visually hot. So anyways, I like hot women. Miri could probably do a really good Johnny Bravo. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen or watched Johnny Bravo in forever. I need to see it again. I haven't watched it in a hot minute. All the cartoons that I used to watch hit different, but you know that feeling of like, when you go back and read something or watch something, it doesn't hit the same way that nostalgia told you it will hit? That's what I'm worried about. Not everything is like that, but some things, the nostalgia is better to just leave it as flavoring instead of going back to consume, you know? I feel like I enjoy a lot of things and I remember enjoying a lot of things, but it hits different once you're an adult. There's not many things that I feel like my nostalgia can fix that I used to love. Yeah, I replayed Persona 5, which was one of my favorite games, and I found out I actually really hate Persona. Oh no! That's supposed to be the next collab too! Oh no! Oh, Courage the Cowardly Dog, I love that one too. Courage the Cowardly Dog gave me nightmares in all the best ways. No, I like stories and shows that still hit the same. I just get worried because I can equally ruin as many shows and movies and cartoons and comics. Like, I could easily ruin any of those if I go back and read and really find out. Like, fuck around and find out. Hi, Hurricane, hi! Syuen is totes redeemable. I don't know about that. In my eyes, at least for what's been shown so far, I can't see her as redeemable at the moment. She fucked up. I'm just saying, I know she's fucked up from being fucked up, but she's also fucked up herself. I can't, like, you can't choose your circumstances. You can choose what you do after those circumstances, and I don't like those circumstances right now. How far in am I? Well, let's go see, because I remember what chapter I was on vaguely. Wait, no, I don't need to do this. Record repository. I just finished Adults World, I'm pretty sure. Or Third CEO. I finished one of these. I need to go back to my... And then I think Matisse was one. It's either Matisse or Third CEO. I was halfway through, I remember. There's like 25, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I am on Matisse. I'm on Matisse. Are you allowed to show that on stream? Well, if I wasn't, it's too late. I'm just gonna really quickly peek to see if I've done this really fast. Yeah. I have done this. So we're on Matisse, the A. I do usually wait to get the last events, just because if I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna get everything for free. I don't have to use my crystals. But then I decided to stream this event and I'm one day too early. I'm one day too early, so I have to buy if I want to see everything today. How many skins would you be banned for showing that I own? I don't think I own a lot, actually. Let's see. I have the Bready skin, which is actually pretty tame. I have Sirens, both of Siren's skins, which I think are relatively tame. 12 plus game totally... Is it 12? I thought it was 13. Both totally safe, by the way. Like, I'm still shocked at that. Oh yeah, I got Anis's skin. Siren's skins are pretty tame. Like, she has leggy showing, but everything else is relatively good. Anis, I have hers, so she's covered for the most part. 12 plus, yeah. Okay, this I might get banned for. I don't have a lot, but what I do have, I might get banned for. I don't have a lot. Maybe, would this be bannable? I don't know. I should play some kind of game. It's like, do you think this would get me banned or no? And then that whole VOD would get banned. Yeah, same with the official art of that Annie skin has her so chubby. It's the official art? Oh god, I want to see that. I really miss the slight chub. I think it makes sense why she would be a little bit like skinnier because of like working out, doing her dance routines more regularly, things like that. But I do miss the chub. I miss the chub. I miss the squishies. Miri playing YouTube ban roulette. It would be kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. It would be kind of fun. Because I do eventually want to go through all the Nikkes. I know nothing about most of these Nikkes, to be fair. I know some of the more recent ones better, but I don't know much about like Leader. I don't know much about Pravati. I don't know much about the Aegis Squad. A lot of this is I'm finding out along the way while I review Nikke content, including like the Bond stories. I'm slowly going through all of these. Most Bond stories are really good. Yes, I agree. I agree. You might be able to tell some of the Bond stories that I'm really interested in doing that are starred at the top here. There's a few obscure ones I don't know about. There are so many. There are a lot. Really? Helms? Helms, Knave, and OG Laplace. I think Maxwell's also, from what I hear, I'm not excited to read Maxwell's Bond story. So Bond stories, Liz, is when you go and read through a little bit more about the story of the different Nikkes. It's supposed to be like, it sounds like bonding with the Nikkes, really learning more about them and their personality, the daily lives, stuff like that. And I'm gonna be honest, sometimes spicy things happen during them. The thing about Maxwell is just a meme. Okay, I hope it's that. I definitely have to read it first before I decide to voice it. Ooh. So, I can spoil this for you, but I do have one of these three at the top as the next Bond story that I'm reading, and sorry, I burped in the middle of the drum roll. It's gonna be Arcana, Fortune Mate. This is the next Nikke that I am gonna voice with. I'll be doing, of course, English. I don't think I could do Japanese justice, but I'm really excited for her. She's so much brighter. I love Rappy, don't get me wrong, because Rappy was really fun to practice and start out with. But when it comes to Arcana, she's a lot brighter. I'm trying to capture more of the femininity of her, which is really fun to try out. So if you like the Bond stories, then I appreciate all the support you guys have given me already for the Bond stories. I'm very excited to do her next. Wait. I can already tell there's that one Bond story Miri likes a lot but refuses to admit. But I don't know. I've only read like maybe, if I'm being honest, like maybe 4 or 5. The ones that I've read are Velvets, Labels. Of course I've read Arcanas now. And let's see, Rappies and Anis. I think those are the only ones. No, Neons. I've also read Neons. Those are the only ones that I've actually fully read. So that's why I want to go through all of them. There's so much more you learn about Nikkes and their personalities when you read through their Bond stories, which is why I love bonding with them. I've been working hard for her favorite items. The one that I'm really working hard for her favorite right now, to get her up at least, is... Where is she? She's here somewhere. I know because I've been working on her. Oh, here, Flora. I hear she's really good, so I got her. Leveled up a little more. It's slowly but surely. Oh yeah, Volume's Bond story makes you hate her a lot too. Oh no. That's crazy. Flora's a good choice. You know, I really like Flora. I was really sad that she wasn't super viable before because she has a beautiful design. she's kind of like forgotten in a lot of ways, and so when she had a favorite item that was actually good, I was so excited, so happy. In fact, I think I have her lobby screen I can show you guys, but not on... Oops. I dropped stuff. Not on Red Hood. I might get banned for this one too because of S, but... Let's change out... Oh yeah, I got Frima's too! I got Frima's bonded. Frima is bonded and I love her so much. She's one of my top favorite Nikkes. I just finished Phantoms, one of my favorite girls in the game. That's a good choice too! Frima is so adorable. She is. She's one of my top favorite Nikkes. I don't have a screen that I want to get rid of. Oh wait, this is my recording screen, so I can do this. Lobby. I actually haven't had her on my screen yet. Yes. Save. Look! It's beautiful! Phantom is the only Elysian Nikke I don't have here. Oh no! The only Nikke that I'm missing right now is Delta Ninja. Wait, I'd really like for us to do it again sometime. Wait, what are we talking about? It's fine. You know what's also kind of good is all the details they add into this. In her favorite story, her favorite item story, she actually makes this pot together with you. You guys build the pot, you flower, and you have like this picture that they drew together on the plot planter. It's actually so sweet. Just planting seeds don't work. No! What kind of seeds are we talking about? Because I think you and I are thinking different things. And don't take the one that I was gonna say. I still don't have TT Star. TT Star ruined me. Ani's actually ruined me. I had so many pulls. Let me see. I have how many tickets? 701? I think I had 300 or 400 before Ani's. I have 701 now. That's crazy. That is a crazy amount of tickets just from her. I did nearly 200 and no dupes. That's crazy. Oh no. Hi Jared, welcome, welcome. Okay. Well, let's get into Project Matisse. I used mileage on Anise and Neon and then immediately got Neon like 2 days later on the free day. See, I worry about that. So I don't use my tickets. I have so many gold mileage tickets and I have no idea what I'm saving them for because I get scared that if I don't use if I use the mileage tickets, I'm just gonna get them for free later. And it's gonna be like a day or two later. And then I won't feel like it's worth it. Then I feel like I wasted my tickets. My tickets are empty because I redeemed Summer Leg. That's so worth it though. Summer E-Leg was my last pull during her event, and I was so excited. I got her last day, last hour, literally. Okay, I am gonna... Oh, it hurts my soul to do this. It hurts my soul to do this. I'm gonna get the blueprints because even though there's only 1 day left of the event, I want to go through the whole event today. I'm saving all my resources for the Persona Club. Are you excited for the Persona Club? Because it's one of the few times I've seen people be excited. Everybody keeps joking about how it's a curse and that the game's gonna die. And I'm a little scared of that because I love this game and I don't need it to die. But I hear it's safe because of the number Persona it is. There's a different Persona that kills games. I have no idea because I never played Persona. Haven't gotten a new source since July started. Oh no! What the heck? Your luck is crazy bad. I'm so sorry. I don't think it'll die. I really hope so. Also, welcome in, Juzo. Welcome, welcome. I can't have this die. So, I hate spending crystals, man. That's 100 crystals that could go towards a third of a pull. I'm such a hoarder. Okay, I'm gonna buy it and stop thinking about it. Perfect. And then we'll do the last two. Oh, we'll do the last two on the hard mode after. I'm gonna forewarn too. I hear thunder today, so if I cut out then I just wasted 100 crystals because I can't. I can't get those back. If I cut out and today's stream dies, I'm gonna try to figure out if I can do sometime either Saturday or Sunday, but I'll have to see what time I'm free because I have a couple things planned this weekend. Wait, let's see. Yeah, 11 and 12. So let's go into the records and we're gonna start again. Don't tap fate. It's not my fault! I hear the thunder thundering! The thunder thundering. Why did I say it like that? It's not my fault. It's 5 that has the EOS curse. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want the EOS curse to affect NIKKE because everything is so good, but if it's only 5, this game is not Persona 5, right? That's getting the collab. If that's the case, then hopefully we're safe. And you know what's gonna happen? I'm still gonna pull for every single one of them because I am such a collector. I can't go without having a single, like, I can't go without. I need to have everything. I'm a collector. I need to have one of everything. This is why I never finished any Pokemon game, because I needed to have one of everything and I never finished the decks. Rip Miri's wallet. It's already been ripped. That thing is so tattered and torn, I have no idea if there's any money in it. Actually, no. I have an idea, and the answer is it doesn't, because all my money is on a credit card. This Project Matisse theme is so good. What do they mean by "Don't you want my love in the dark"? Ooh. Stop! I'm dead! Okay, let's jump into it though. It'll be Persona 3, 4, and 5? All of them? I thought it was just 1 or 2 of the past games. Ooh. Okay. I'm excited still. I love collabs personally because I feel like they make the way that they figure out how to integrate into the story is interesting to me, even if the story itself wasn't as exciting as I hoped it would be. And of course, just having collabs in general is really fun because of the way that I might be unpopular opinion with it, but I like the idea of collabs because it feels like more people are introduced to NIKKE, or at least NIKKE can also introduce into other games, like spill into other games. I enjoy it a lot. All right. Always invest in NIKKE. I will always invest in NIKKE. Unironically, like, NIKKE is the one, like, is the game that has really changed my life, so I would love if more people experienced it. Testing, testing. Can you hear it okay? I want to make sure you guys can hear the audio all right, too. Oh yeah, that's right. Melissa, please stay on topic. I'm gonna time you out if you continue. Pretty sure it's a bot, but I'm gonna just give it the benefit of the doubt. For instance, complaints of lack of innovation. That's right, this was where we last left off. Because she was getting a lot of complaints because she's also kind of a bitch to everybody, which is not surprising because she hasn't changed. She hasn't changed since this time. I really like that they're harping on, it's not just that she's sad and that she's not capable. I checked and you last left off on Adult World. Ooh, thank you. I thought for sure we played the 3rd CEO based on the first one. Oof. But thank you for saving me. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we're gonna time you out. And I'm actually gonna time you out for 24 hours. Alright. With Elysian's Absolute Squad announcing record high performance this quarter. That's right! Wasn't this... Are you sure we didn't play this part? Absolute Squad was taking high performance because Matisse was... Or not Matisse. Matisse wasn't created yet. But they're complaining about the lack of innovation on the part of Missless. So they're blaming Syuen for it. Which is why when GN comes in, people are wondering if GN is going to take control. of everything. Like, she's an actual contender. They let her out of the basement she was locked in. It was third CEOB? I'm sorry. No worries, no worries. It's my fault for not remembering, honestly. You're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry. I will be honest, I think I also did this one. What chapter am I on? 40 or 41? I haven't read the latest chapters. I think I'm 2 chapters behind. Yeah, you finished it? Okay. Okay. So we are on Matisse. Okay. Oh my gosh, the thunder is actually so loud. I'm actually scared. Okay. So we're back to Syuen, who is trying to save her reputation. I know she's supposed to be like we understand why she is the way she is. Again, I don't find her to be redeemable still. I'm super... I don't know why. No, I talked about this with a friend. This is why I don't like Syuen. And it's because Syuen has the capacity to be good. I like Jien because Jien already knows herself and she's not purposely irredeemable, but she knows who she is and she just unabashedly is her. But Syuen has the capacity and has like, I think that want to be good and still fucks up. Like, she's so mean to everyone, even though I think there are instances when she doesn't want to be. And the fact that she chooses violence makes me want to be violent. Complaints of lack of innovation. And this is when we're supposed to get Matisse, right? I've been wondering when, because Maxwell's still human at this point. I'm still wondering when we get Maxwell as a NIKKE, because I'm not gonna lie, I saw one spoiler art. It was an art illustration that someone did, but I saw one spoiler that I can't even say if it's for sure a spoiler, but it gives me an idea of when it might happen. I wonder if this is when she's gonna reveal that she has like a superhero group, like revisit her superhero plans from the past. I also hate her smug grin. Like, I both love it and hate it. I want to punt. Letters pop up on the screen behind Syuen. Missless Industry Advanced Technology Invincible Squad. This is when Matisse starts. Okay. I mean, this was what her... This was the biggest achievement she had. The biggest achievement she had was advancing NIKKEs, and she was able to do what her grandmother and her father couldn't do. This is what her father was super impressed with and left her alone for. So I'm very curious how this goes. Hero. But did she make the hero squad because of... Because Drake is a villain through and through is how she puts it. So if she's part of what's supposed to be a hero squad, I wonder if she was built to be like kind of like a comic antagonist to Laplace, even though they get along. I'm so curious how this happens because Drake has not shown up at all. Oh, okay. So this is how they're gonna do it. I thought they were gonna use old like, I don't know, same with like Lala being turned into a Nikke, they're gonna use something more achievable, I guess. I forget that people do volunteer to become Nikkes, even though people aren't, there's a lot of people who are Nikke phobic. The funniest outcome would be Drake being completely unrelated to anything going on. She's just a normal adult woman who chooses to be like that. I would be really happy if that was the case because it suits her so well. It suits her so well. I think that would be a best case scenario to me. I forget though that people want to be, some people want to be Nikkes. It's the same idea, right? That people want to be commanders. Well, a little bit different. I guess where I'm confused, where people want to be Nikkes, other than in Tetra, where they try to have you become a star or pop star. That's why some people become Nikkes there. I'm curious why people volunteer to be Nikkes when there's such a huge stigma against them in a lot of the arc. She's my favorite of the squad. You have good taste, Juzo. You have good taste. I'm worried about how I'll feel about Maxwell after this event. I do like Maxwell. I think Drake is so funny. She is the funniest one, I think, in the group. Hi, Merudu! Hi! Not my government name, Miwium. Personally, I'd want to be a Nikke just to be immortal. Losing out on the chance because I lost the gender coin flip sounds awful. But do you want to be immortal? Because the thing is, like, it's not necessarily immortal because your brain is still in there, right? Well, you do have Evergreen, but you can use Evergreen even as a human. I missed you, Minnie. I miss you too, Mewoo. Thank you for coming and visiting. I'm always really happy to see you. I still think it's possible to age, like your brain is still aging, right? If your brain is still aging, you still could take Evergreen as a Nikke probably, right? And stay alive longer. But I also think you'd live less. If I was to weigh a average human that's on Evergreen versus an average Nikke, then I would say the Nikke's lifespan is actually shorter. Because they're out on the field. They actually go into combat, so a lot of them die. And with my luck, I would be a mass-produced Nikke, and my ass would be on the field and dead. I would be gone in the first chapter. There's not even a first chapter, there's a 0 chapter in Nikke. I'd be dead in the 0th chapter. That's the most likely outcome for me. I could just tend to a garden like Flora. Good luck with that. Especially if you're gonna be under Syuen. Does Syuen value any of her Nikkes at all? Because she values the Matisse squad because they are the absolute powerhouse that mirrors or rivals Absolute from Elysian. But unless they're useful to her, it feels like she's not as kind. Sadly, I can't be Nikke. Trust me, I feel like this is a boon, but I think all of you guys are not taking the boon. Just tell me if you want big boobs. Just say you want big boobs. What's wild to me is that they can design a Nikke body and they make all these Nikkes look like that. They caked up, cheeked up on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night, and I'll be there for every single day. She likes Lapras up until Lapras calls her a monster. Wait. Flora? I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Wait. I want to see. Syuen? I'll have to see. Are you sure it was Lapras? Because I thought it was Maxwell that she crashes out on. Unless that's a future chapter that I haven't read yet. Fairly compensated as a Nikke that's going out into battle constantly because they're supposed to rival the combat abilities of the Absolute squad. I'm so curious how compensation works once you're turned into a Nikke by her standards. What is compensation to her? It happens on the main chapter after the mission where Syuen attracts raptures to the arc. Oh, the main chapter. Okay. I thought you meant in this story. It happened way long ago. Yeah, it's way too long. This is why I need to do a refresher on the chapters, because I forget a lot of the early chapters, including the fact that I skipped a lot of the early chapters because I'm a fool. I do want to read the other early chapters because I think the early chapters now especially would feel contextually a little different than how I remembered them, if I remembered them. So I think I'm definitely going to go back and read them. Maybe I'm trying to see if I want to do a reaction to it like as videos, because this next upcoming month I might be a little busy, so I won't be able to stream as much as I usually do, and I don't usually stream a lot to begin with. But I want to keep making videos for you guys, so that's probably an avenue I can kind of explore that in the future. We'll see what happens. We're getting the new main story chapters next week with the Persona collab? What? I'm not caught up yet! Shit! Shit! What do I do? I'm gonna definitely do the Persona collab. Like, I want to read the Persona collab, but the new chapters, I'm falling farther behind. A girl watches the TV, her eyes glimmering. Ah, fuck! Fuck! A girl watching TV in a dilapidated house. I'm gonna get flashbacks to Neon. I'm gonna get flashbacks to Neon, who was stuck in the slums and still made a living for herself and still strived for more afterwards, like to live after. I'm getting Neon flashbacks where I found Neon so annoying until I realized all the stuff that her backstory had. And it's not fair to Neon. I just found the firepower thing a lot, but that's just her shtick. But I'm gonna feel so guilty. Actually, no, I didn't hate Laplas though. I think Laplas is a dork just like Neon, but it's a different kind of dork, and I enjoy the dynamic of dork with Drake. Side by side, they make a great comedy pair. A few days later, after Syuen's televised speech airs across the arc, Missless Industry receives a flood of applications. Compensation, everybody just wants the rewards after. Some people come because they are desperate for money. Syuen's so uninterested. Look at her face. I think it's so funny to see her just sitting in the application room, like interviewing all these people. I imagine Maxwell's the one doing all the talking and just seeing Syuen's face like this the whole time. They said the stuff about it being too dangerous is just to keep people away. Then there are those who are swept up by rumors and drawn in out of curiosity. Some are reluctantly dragged in at someone else's insistence. Of course, money would be a huge thing for a lot of people. I think, especially in the arc where there's a lot of people who aren't as better off, especially living underground, that makes sense.
住居や食事は当然のこととして、危険手当も規定に基づいて支給されます。あ、そうなんですね。よかった。他に質問はありますか？いえ、ありがとうございました。はい、面接はこれで終了となります。この後すぐに身体検査があります。それが終わり次第ご帰宅いただいて構いません。合格された場合は1週間以内にお電話でご連絡しますので、必ず受けられるようにしておいてください。
Really does feel like a standard interview. It's crazy how big the decision is to become a Nikke, and it just feels like a standard interview, like a job interview, which it kind of is, just a larger version, of more dangerous version of a job interview. The nervous girl leaves the interview room.
もう体がバッキバキ。じゃあ次の志願者を。待って。ん？どうしたの？具合でも悪い？気に入らないわ。
That's fair. I think all of them don't. These people are horrible at interviews. All these people need to go back and research how to do interviews properly. I would say that I think a lot of times people wear too much on their sleeve, I guess, when it's this type of interview. Like, it's very obvious that all of them are there for the money, and I'm sure everybody could do more with the money, but depending on you have to market yourself with what the agency or what the interviewer wants. Because they care less about what you want, sadly. It's more about what you can provide them. And that's what I think, like, when people talk about elevator speech, this is exactly kind of what it is who are you, what can you provide based on your experience, is the quickest elevator speech. All these people failed that. They need to go to that TED Talk.
純粋な気持ちでヒーローになりたいっていうやつがなんで一人もいないの
Kuma! Hi, Miwi!
現実はヒーローものとは違う。
I'm finding Syuen's brattiness is still purveying in here. We're enjoying the brat. And it doesn't even have to be a hot dog.
今のアークじゃニケがどうやってできるのか知らない人なんていないんだから。みんな仕方なく個人的な事情でニケになる時代なの。おまけに新型ニケの研究なんて言われたらどんな扱いされるかなんて。
Yeah, this little brat never aged a single bit. She never aged, but she also mentally never aged. I don't think Syuen wants to hear what people can even offer. She just wants someone to say, I want to be a hero by her words. I mean, that's true. That is true, but I think if people understood what she wanted, then they could have just said that, and that would have been your elevator pitch. The elevator pitch would be, I've always wanted to be a hero, and I can't wait to do that on behalf of Missilis, or something along those lines. It's not that hard in this situation, because Syuen makes it so obvious that that's what she wants. Maybe because we know the backstory behind it, but even just listening to her pitch, it feels like the compensation thing was secondary to lure people in. Of course it was. But people are all there for the compensation. They're there for selfish reasons, which makes sense why they all got denied, you know? These people are idiots!
だから、お金や名声目当てで様子を見に来る人か、誰かに無理やり引きずり込まれてきたような人しかいないの。じゃあ、これから面接するのもそういう奴らだけってこと？まあ、ひょっとしたら違う人もいるかもしれないけど、ほとんどはああいう人たちだろうね。
As someone who joined the military for benefits, I don't blame them. I mean, I don't blame them, but if they really wanted this, they could have gotten it, is what I'm saying. I don't blame them for wanting the compensation. You don't just say you want it. You don't just say you want it, sillies. If your only thing was to come for the compensation, unless they really strapped, I don't think they're gonna take you for this interview. Syuen rises from her seat.
あれ、急にどうしたの？まだ候補者は残ってるけど。帰る。
When is Laplace here? She's gonna be here. There is no way she's not here.
お前が適当に選んで。ちょっと、総責任者のあなた抜きじゃ。 どうせそんなやつばっかなんでしょ。適当に選んでおいて。待ってて、
She's not gonna even see Laplas. No! Syuen walks out of the interview room. Matisse. In the break room at the far right end of the third floor hallway, Syuen's secret hideaway remains unknown to anyone. Man, this closet looks different. With practiced ease, Syuen takes a cake from the fridge. Aw, her comfort food is cake. I love cake. Cake is actually... I don't consider it comfort food. It's definitely like celebratory food to me. But I did make pound cake recently, and that's been kind of like a comfort in a sense. My dad used to make comfort food, and specifically pound cake as comfort food. So it was like... I grew up with that. If we're gonna pick cake, that's my comfort food. Pound cake. In my NIKKE game, probably because she has none. That's so foul. That's so foul. I love it. You know what? If I ever met Syuen, if I ever met Syuen and wanted to give her mental damage. Oh. The sound design is really good for these. By the way, I hate the munching noises. I'm someone who hates like the ASMR-y crunchy noises. But dang, like the sound design is really nice. The stab fork was crazy. You can really feel like the frustration. Would you believe me if I told you one of my artist friends did a lot of Syuen fan art and was known as the leader of the Church of Syuen for a bit? That's wild! No! Why is there a whole church for this? Who makes her a religion? Who makes Syuen a religion? She should be nobody's god. Or goddess, I guess. If she wanted to be a goddess of victory, then she should have just become a NIKKE. Then Church of the... That's what in the official NIKKE Discord too? Ain't no way. Why does she have a religion after her, a whole church after her? There are so many more deserving. I'm trying to think of someone who's slanderous that I could make a church of before Syuen, but I can't automatically think of one. Maybe like Mint. I'm not even a huge Mint stan, but because of all the slander that Mint went through, I could make a better church of Mint than Church of Syuen. Oh, I hate that.
半分は勢いで決めたようなプロジェクトだし、本当にこれでいいのかしら。お父様にあんなこと言われたもの、作ろうとしてること自体間違いなのかも。
Have more confidence.
ヒーローなんて本当に作れるのかしら。作れるさ。
You're kidding. Oh, I'm scared. I don't want to see it. I don't want it. I see it. Syuen's husband? That's foul! That's so foul. I'm gonna be sick. Oh, Chibi-chan, no. From a corner of the dark meeting room, a tiny girl rises to her feet. Oh, she is tiny! Why is she... She's an actual kid. She's shorter than Syuen? Is that canon height? She stays shorter than Syuen as a NIKKE too? Someone needs to carry on the missless bloodline? No, because if you want... The missless bloodline is only for people who like Peton characters, from what I'm seeing on the screen. She was in the outer rim without proper nutrition, just saying. And I push forward Neon. I raise you one Neon who grew up. And I think she developed. Neon was blind and dying, but she still developed. Neon died again. She became a Nikke though, and Lapis still stays the way she looks now, but as a Nikke. Cause I'm seeing her right now, looking at her, and I'm like, she hasn't changed much from regular Lapis in my eyes. Just looking at her the way she is right now. I just also want to say, for living in the Outer Rim, other than the bruise on her cheek and the little bandages on her arms, her shirt is so clean. Her pants and shirt. I can't even keep my clothes clean when I'm eating mala. When I'm having dry hot pot or regular hot pot, that is just asking to get dirty. I can't believe she lives in the Outer Rim and is managing to keep that like bleached white. Nikkeification is so weird. I have so many questions about Nikkeification. When you slap someone in a Nikke making machine, the nymph makes the body based on your ideal image. It just means Laplas's ideal image is just herself but shrunk. Is that what it is? When you slap someone in a Nikke making machine, the nymph makes the body based on your ideal image. Okay, but then I have a question. I raise one ray because I imagine, what if there was like an adult who just was like, I'm gonna be a Nikke and became Ray, and then the second thing I want to raise is... Oh my god, I have so many things to raise about this. I have so many questions about this. Like, what about Yo-Yo who got her face beat in? Her face beat in and her memory wiped. Like, how does she become anything? How does Yo-Yo become anything after that? I have so many questions about this. Oh my gosh, I need to dive into Nikke lore more. I want to know whose Bond story that is, because I need to read that, like, ASAP. That's a lot of free will that you have. The tiny girl draws closer, her eyes gleaming as she gazes at Syuen. I've seen you before. Can I also say, I wish I could zoom into this, but she has like that tiny spot of pink, which is giving me Marion vibes. I know she's not a Nikke yet, and she can't be corrupted right now, but... Whenever I see like blue eyes with a hint of like the reddish pink, I just think of Marion. She still has her flesh fang! Wait, I love that she still has her little flesh fang! Oh, so she is still called Lapis in her past. Because it feels like some people do not maintain their name from their previous life. I'm not sure who exactly, but I feel like not everybody maintains their name from their human life. Huh? She never had any brain cells. It sounds like that. She's too stupid to know defeat. I love that about her, too. I love that. Let me see. N102 is probably not her name, but maybe Anne was, because she's N, right? That's the name she goes by outside of N102. I love this dumbass too. Can I have a bite of cake? I want to be a hero, but also can I have that cake first? I'm sorry to break it to you, Lapis, but none of you get cake. Neither of you get cake. Project Matisse to be continued. There's nothing better in a story with Lapis and Matisse without some kind of comic relief ending, because I'm guessing that was the end of the first part. The girl's world begins in a worn-down back alley. Oh, this is just like Syuen, but just not in a worn-down back alley. Across from her home, sound blares out of an old TV setup in front of a general store. Grand music swells as a stylishly dressed female hero appears. The heroes arrived! So that's where she gets... The girl's eyes sparkle as she stares at the TV, spellbound. She's just always been a chuuni. She's been a chuuni since she was young. The ultra great hero has the same VA as Drake and JP and KR, so they might be the same person as it happened with Anderson. That would be so cool. Wait, but that... I think that theory would be even more interesting if Ian was the same way too. But I really like that idea of they could be the same person. I can kind of hear it listening to the Japanese voice for the ultra hero. In which case, it'd be really funny if she was the ultra hero and then became the ultra villain after. I want to know, because that'd be so funny. She literally got in her villain arc. I love these idiots. Ian never does that for some reason, but the localization is always so weird. I wonder if they are aware of the farther in of the story sometimes. I'd have to see more. Localization is also always so weird. It makes some sense too, because I feel like the no, maybe I'll hold back that opinion, because I'm not too sure how wide or how big the VA industry is in America. I just feel like it's much stronger overseas in like JPKR. The girl thrusts her arms toward the sky. She adores heroes. Amid the grayness of her world, it is those superhero movies playing every day on that old store TV that are the only shimmering gleams of light in her life. Oh. A liquor glass lands next to the girl and shatters. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Is this gonna be a K-drama moment too? I still don't get why they changed Enter Heaven to Heavenly Ascension. It was already in English. Also, EH had the same initials as her organization. You know, that might be... I wonder if they made it that way for a more, like, cinematic title, so to speak. Enter Heaven is still fine, and I do think it would have added some weight. Because can you imagine if you are the person that something is named after? Obviously, her name is Elysian Harper, but if it was the case that she made the organization and it was Enter Heaven, it would just add on top that the EH is the founder of Enter Heaven, and would add that stigma to her even after she's tried to dissociate from the Heavenly Ascension or the Enter Heaven that it became. Oh, that would have been so good! As long as she can watch her heroes, she's able to endure the abuse that her villain of a father unleashes without warning. Yes, so my thought about this part is like, because Syuen's looking for just people who want to be heroes, right? People who adore heroes and actually want to be a true hero. I wonder if this will ever be a plot point, because this happens a lot in K-dramas, and as a Korean person, I see this kind of miscommunication happen a lot, especially in animes too, where they say they come there for one reason, and then they hear like a snippet of something else, and they're like, oh, you came here for the wrong reason. You didn't come here for me. You know what I mean? So in this case, it would be like, oh, Syuen thinks that, oh, she came here to be a hero, but then Syuen finds out about her dad and is like, She didn't want to be a true hero. She just wanted to be a Nikke because of her dad. Something like that. To escape her hellhole of a dad. This event is all about miscommunication. Great. Love that. Hate it.
はい、物がいい。それは私のことか。そう、お前。あそこのパン取ってこいよ。無理なら恵んでくれって頭でも下げてきな。
The kids laugh. And as long as she can watch her heroes, she's able to endure all the bullying from young back alley villains.
私は悪いことはしない。そんなのは悪党がすることだ。お前、
Aww.
今私が悪党だって言ったか。
Did you just call me a villain? Listen, that's she didn't say she was, so she's ratting herself out. I'm just saying that's her self-identifying.
そうだ。
Okay, now it's calling her.
ね
The young villains start to beat on the girl. Oh. Yet she doesn't give in to them. After all, a hero must never kneel before a villain. A hero must never kneel. Why did I enunciate like that? And so, the girl endures beating after beating, as her frail body becomes even more frailer still. But while she tried to survive on faith alone, the girl's world, filled with so many villains, is far too much to bear. A liquor bottle lands right on the girl's head. Red blooms across her vision. Oh man. Ah! This is gonna make me hate you and more, isn't it? The fact that she's gonna misunderstand is gonna piss me off. The villain strikes her with his fists over and over. It's the worst beating he's ever given her. Just as the thought hits her that she might truly die if she does nothing. The girl pushes the villain aside and runs outside. She wanders in search of a hero. She cries out with all her might. She reaches out her hand. She desperately runs over and seizes the hand of someone holding a gun. Before her is a Nikke, just like the ultra hero she saw on the TV. Oh man. Suddenly, she feels someone behind her. The villain grabs her by the hair and yanks her back. Oh.
もう行きましょう。でも人間相手じゃどうせ何もできないわよ。行きましょう。早く。
Oh man.
そうね。行きましょう。
The Nikkes walk away, leaving the girl behind. Ah! The beating starts back up again. Not a single soul passing through the alley pays attention to her cries. Rain starts to pour down from the sky. The girl makes a splash as she falls to the ground. The villain walks off, leaving her behind in the rain. The girl's vision is blurred, and a thought runs through her mind. Oh. She hears someone scream. A siren blares, echoing as the girl's world goes black. She thinks, if I can survive, if I can just survive and become stronger, if I can just become a NIKKE, I'll never ignore the weak like those two did. If no one else in this world will be a hero, then I'll get stronger and become one myself, the strongest hero anyone's ever seen. And I'll use my strength to take down all the evil in the world. From that day on, the girl begins to live for nothing but the chance to become a hero. Several years pass. After getting taken to the hospital thanks to someone's report, the girl was eventually driven out. She wanders around in an effort to survive until one day, on a TV in an alley, where she's hiding, she finds the chance she'd been looking for. Aha, I see. So theory is that her dad sees her on the TV after becoming a hero and is like, where's my money? I'm that girl's father. I should get some kind of compensation. And I'm gonna be pissed because it's gonna be a whole misunderstanding. And this is what the event is gonna do, isn't it? Fuck! And so, at long last, Laplas stands in front of the door to becoming a hero. She reads the words "interview room" written clearly on the door. I'm gonna say that I'm snacking a little bit because I haven't eaten. No, I did eat, but it was a little bit around noon or 2. I can't remember. So if you hear slight crunching, I'm so sorry. She opens the door and steps inside. Another girl's world. Hey, that's what I'm doing! Num 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 num. Laplas starts wolfing down the cake, oblivious to everything around her. Stupid brat. Oh, I love her. Syuen looks Laplas over once more. Her scrawny frame, her sickly complexion. She has plenty of spirit, but she looks like she'll die before making it very far. No.
ガキのヒーローごっこと勘違いしてるわけ？なぜだ？頭さえ健康ならニケにはなれると聞いているぞ。このプロジェクトはね、平凡なニケを作るのとはわけが違うのよ。実験の過程で体にかなりの負荷がかかるし。
I was curious about this too. To be able to be a Nikke, usually it's just the brain, but I can see where Syuen's like it needs to be more than that, especially because this is the first kind of big project that they're doing where a Nikke becomes something more than what exists already with Nikkes. But I didn't think she would fail the first round.
耐えられなければ死ぬ可能性だってあるの。だからできるだけ心も体も健康な人を選んでるのよ。こっちだって死なせたらいろいろ面倒だし。心も体も。
She's pretty mentally healthy, I would say, considering all she's gone through.
どうやったって耐えられないわね。耐えることさえできればヒーローになれるのか？そうよ。ま、お前には無理。それ食べたらさっさと帰りなさい。二度と来るんじゃないわよ。
Syuen walks off, leaving Lapless behind.
耐えればいい。それだけなんて簡単じゃないか。よし。
She has gone through a lot. Of course she can endure a lot. The next day.
ったく、今日もろくなやつが。やあ、シュエ。何？
She just
びっくりするじゃない。
Lapless is so funny. She just waltzes in and she makes herself like at home. I think it's really funny that she kind of like she does things definitely at her own pace, but even after getting a no, she just shows up and no security decides to stop her. Seeing this frail like small child just wandering around the facilities just cuz.
お前、今度は何？
Especially around the CEO.
名前なんて聞いてないわよ。なんでここにいるの？ヒーローになるためだ。君が言っていた。耐えられればいいと。はあ？だからヒーローにしてくれるまで耐えてみせる。へへへ。で、ここで居座ろうって？そんなことで思い通りにできると思ってるの？居座る？違う。耐えているだけだ。
Stand ready for my
それが居座る。
Hi, Tank it. Welcome, welcome.
ところで今日はケーキはないのか？
I think you're trying. Are you trying to be like Lapless? What's good? Oh my gosh. What's good is this good? This girl. She's a good girl. She's so good. Long time no see. It has been a little bit. I hope you've been well. I hope you've really been well. Oh my goodness. I got into hot women content since the last time you were here. No, okay.
私を何だと思ってるの？居座ってる間ずっとケーキを出させる。
We're watching currently a frail girl trying to become a cyborg for the sake of becoming a hero while sitting in place at a CEO's office to try to convince them with a sit-in to make her into a cyborg. That makes sense somewhere.
ちょうどいいじゃない。何も食べずに耐えてみたら？
Oof. Syuen walks off. But the next day...
来たか、シュエン。まだ帰ってなかったの。当然だ。まさか何も食べずに？平気だ。空腹に耐えるぐらいは慣れている。ここに来る前から何も食べていなかった。それで今日もケーキはないのか？
But if she's from the Outer Rim, just to say, like, if Lapless came from the Outer Rim, which it seems to be, right? Unless it's in the arc, but in a shady part of the arc. How did she make it from the Outer Rim in? Isn't there supposed to be a big gate, or was the gate non-existent at this point? I'm just curious. There's so many things I'm curious about that maybe I don't know. She's not from the Outer Rim. The arc also has shady places. Okay. I was curious, because I was like, if she's from the Outer Rim, then how did she get in? Because of the giant gate that's there. But I can only imagine if there were people there who wanted to be a hero. She just comes from a really shady place that looks kind of like the Outer Rim to me. I guess they have places like that too in the world here, just outside of places that are more like outside of prisons, essentially, right? The outer rim is essentially like a prison.
まだいるぞ、シュエン。帰りなさいよ。
And the day after that.
耐えているぞ、シュエン。
Oh, she's sweating.
本当に死ぬ気なの？死ぬつもりはない。なのに何も口に入れずに耐えてるって。
Oh God.
何も口に入れていないわけじゃない。トイレ。
She's been drinking toilet water?
は？
Or at least bathroom water, sink water?
じゃないでしょうね。その通りだ。
Toilet water? Actual toilet water?
水をたくさん飲めば腹が膨れる。ヒーローを作る場所だからか知らないが。
Clean water is toilet water here?
いくら飲んでも腹が痛くならないぞ。頭おかしいんじゃないの？
Well, you should save water. Is she saving it? I mean, I guess it's just a different kind of bowl if you think about it. I guess it's cleaner than what she got at home. That might be true, at least. Laplace doesn't leave Syuen's hideout. After a full week of this, she can survive a whole full week. Hey.
ラプラスだ。はいはい、ラプラスね。呼んだか？いつまでここに居座る気？ヒーローにしてもらえるまでだ。面接は終わったわよ。募集も締め切ったし、定員は全部埋まってるの。そうか。ならば次の募集が始まるまで待たせてもらおう。
Oh.
お前、私が認めないのはなんでだと思ってるの？全部お前。
Also, can I say, look at Laplace's hand next to Syuen's hand. Laplace's hand is so much bigger, at least like a good margin bigger than Syuen's hand. She has tiny baby hands. What the heck? That reminds me of the like Ryan Reynolds in the Deadpool movies when he starts growing back his hand and it's the tiny baby hands. That's what this looks like to me. It's the tiny baby hands. It's definitely way too small, yeah.
貧弱な体で実験に参加すれば死ぬ可能性があるから諦めなさいって言ってるの。ニケは頭さえ大丈夫なら作れるものではなかったのか？私の頭は大丈夫だ。
I don't know about that. Something's wrong with your brain, I'm pretty sure, Laplace.
負荷に耐えられないと死ぬかもしれないのよ。危険だと正直に話してくれてありがとう。だが私なら平気だ。耐えられる。もうそればっかりしつこいのよ。痛いってことよ。健康な人でも耐えられないかもしれないぐらい。大丈夫だ。ヒーローになるために必要だというならいくらでも耐えてみせよう。
Oh, baby. Laplace's eyes shine.
私の体は弱いかもしれない。だが心は健康だ。
She does have strong will.
私はやり遂げられる。
Do something, Syuen!
なれる。
My baby's suffering, please! Suddenly, Syuen finds she can't look away from that gaze.
一度だけでいい。チャンスをくれないか。私を信じてくれるなら、どんな困難や逆境が立ちはだかろうと、必ず君の前でヒーローになってみせる。私は
Yay! She's gonna be a hero!
参加させてあげる。
She's always wanted to be a hero. Let's go!
痛い目を見ればいいわ。お前の想像以上に苦しいはずよ。一度地獄を見ればいいのよ。その後もヒーローになるだの耐えられるだの言っていられるかしらね。ありがとうシュエン。後で恨まないでよね。お前が死んだって私は責任取らないから。
Well, how can she blame her when she's dead?
ついてきなさい。 私の権限で実験室にねじ込んであげる。この恩はいつか必ず返す。生き残れたら聞いてあげるわ。ちょっとあの子何？言葉を省きすぎよ。あのラプラスって子、どういうこと？決まってるでしょ、実験の候補者よ。あんな体に実験なんて、もしかしてお友達？
うん。
あんなやつが友達なわけないでしょ。私が直々に面接して採用したのよ。
Of course that's gonna stand out to Maxwell though. Being someone that's as stubborn as she is and as stringent with what she wants. She's very strict with what she wants, clearly. And to have someone who looks like Laplace come in and Maxwell's like, huh? It's a valid
あの
reaction.
体を見て選んだっていうの？警告はしっかりとしてやったわ。何もかも教えてあげてるのに引き下がらなかったのよ。言ったって聞く気ないに決まってるでしょ。だからあんな体で面接室まで来てるんだよ。面接官たちが騒いでたから、私も一次面接の映像は確認済みなの。あなたが気に入りそうなことを言ったのはパッと見だけでもわかるけど、体に問題がありすぎるよ。あれじゃ本格的な実験の前にダメになるって。面接担当にもそれで落とされてるんだし。だからなんだってんのよ。総責任者は私なんでしょ。
How willful.
だったら一人ぐらいは私が選んだっておかしくないじゃない。体が弱い被験体なんて、もし途中で死なせちゃったらどうするつもりなの？どうするって世間からうるさく言われるだけでしょ。シュエンああもう本当にしつこいわね。本人が死んでもやりたいって言ってるのよ。ほっといてやりなさい。私が好きでやってると思ってるの？こっちは1週間。1週間？
Oh.
いや、なんでもないわ。とにかく私が決めたことだから。
Yeah, she drank toilet water for this. I feel like that's a huge I would pass her.
へいへい、了解しました。でも耐えきれずに逃げ出したら、その時はそれまでってことで問題ないね。好きにしなさい。
Can't wait to see how this goes. Wait, unease. I just like to see the names of these. Unease, cornered, answering to make a hero. Okay. It just gives me a brief idea of what the future is gonna be like. I feel like if I said I drank toilet water in an interview, they wouldn't pass me. How long were you drinking toilet water for? Was it a week? With no food? That's right, it probably wasn't. I feel like if I was the interviewer, I would pass them, but then tell them they need to go to a psych ward first. Maybe that's not exactly what I would do. I'm not an interviewer. That's a good thing, probably. The type of people I would let in is probably not the best choices.
プロジェクトメティスの研究責任者マクスウェルです。事前にお話しした通り、このプロジェクトは一般的なニケカ計画とは異なります。これまでとは比べ物にならないほど強力なヒーローとなれるニケを生み出すことを目的としています。
I can't wait to see all the adults drop down like flies while Laplace stands tall. As tall as a child can be.
命を落とす可能性も考えられます。
Silence falls over the
当
lab.
然、そうならないよう研究チームは一丸となって最高の技術力を惜しみなく活用し、最善を尽くします。
Can you picture Maxwell just pushing this copier around? She's just bringing this as her chair, her mobile chair, as if it's a wheelchair.
そこで本格的な実験に入る前に、まずは負荷に耐えられるような心身を持ち合わせているかどうか、改めてテストを受けていただきます。
Maxwell fixes her gaze on Laplace.
この試験に耐えられなければ、残念ながら自動的に脱落となります。すべての過程を乗り越えた参加者のみがヒーローとなれるプロトタイプのボディを与えられ、約束された報酬の満額を受け取ることができます。ああ、もちろんこのテストにご参加いただけるだけでも相応の報酬はお支払いしますので、
Until
その
they
点は
die.
ご心配なく。
I
それ
want
で
to
は
see.
ここにお集まりの皆様の情
I
熱
want to
に
see
期
how
待
she
し
performs
つ
because
つ
clearly she's gonna do
最後
really
ま
well.
で耐え抜きアークの新しいヒーローが生まれることを願っております。
With applause ringing through the simulation room, Project Matisse begins with 100 candidates. That's a lot! More than I thought. Once the testing starts, the candidates receive injections at regular intervals.
か弱い子供じゃないか。こんな子を実験に参加させようなんて。CEO は一体何を考えているんだ。
誰かにやらされているわけではない。自分で頼んだんだ。
でしょうね。みんなそう言うんですよ。金目当てで。この注射を打つとお腹の中が燃えるような感覚になってかなり痛いはずです。そういうものなので心配はしないでください。もし耐えられないと思った時は遠慮せずに知らせてください。
わかった。
So these things are clearly not like crazy harmful, right? I wonder how crazy, like how harmful it is because they're still just testing their pain tolerance, not necessarily trying to kill them, so to speak. I don't know. After each injection comes a brief rest period, followed by a meal that's part of a prescribed diet.
本当にお腹が。
Hang in there, Laplace Hut! An unfamiliar pain surges up from deep within her body. Hang in there, ganbatte! Still, Laplace forces the food into her mouth. She finds it bearable so long as she thinks of it as one of the steps towards becoming a hero.
なんだ、私を呼んだか。あなたってCEO が特別に合格させたっていう子よね。CEO というのが何かは知らない。
She never found out.
特別に入れてもらったという話なら、多分そうだ。そう、あなたってどうしてここに来たの？ヒーローになるためだ。同じ気持ちの人がこんなに集まっているなんて。
Oh, baby, sweet summer child. Not everybody went there to be a hero. I think, in fact, only one.
ヒーローになりたいからここにいる。君は違うのか？ああ、そっか。変わった子だって噂、本当だったみたいね。変わった子？なんでもないの。ご飯しっかり食べてね。
The nervous girl hurries off. Before long, she starts to hear whispers all around her. She's a weirdo. She's only here because of favoritism. She's got a hero complex. She's an attention seeker. She was gaslit into being here. Everyone clamors on about her, judging her through whatever their favorite lens happens to be. It all carries a malice very familiar to her. As Laplace goes to set down her tray, someone trips her. Bitches! This is just high school bullying. That's crazy. Towards a child? Who's this jealous of a child that they have to pull this shit?
あら、ごめんなさい。
I hope your stomach burns!
木の枝が歩いてると思ったら人だったんだ。金合格なんて言うし、こんなことしたら偉い人が飛んでくるかと思ったけど、違ったのね。
That's wild!
そうか。ヒーローを作る場所にも悪党はいるようだな。はあ？君のような悪党がヒーローになろうなどとあってはならないことだ。
I love her.
ヒーロー制裁。
Laplace lunges at the woman wearing a ribbon. Yeah, that's right!
この二人、やめなさい。
After the meal comes physical training.
どうせ脳だけ取り出して使うのに、なんでこんなことしなきゃいけないのよ。
She's just trying her best. She's so baby. I can actually picture her as like a tiny chipmunk. You know what it's like? It's like, have you seen Kim Possible? I don't see her as a naked mole rat, but it's like the naked mole rat fighting villains. Just like clamoring all around and just beating the shit.
そうよね。お腹が燃えるみたい。
Hang in there, Laplas! Laplas is last amongst all the candidates, struggling harder than anyone just to keep running.
あの子見て。死にそうじゃない。
Running around, fighting ankles. Well, you know, if she's running, that'd be good because she's last place right now. She could bite the ankle of the next person closest to her, which I hope is the woman with the ribbon.
あれよね。さっき飛びかかってた子は CEO のコネで入ったとかで、後先考えずに暴れるようなコネ合格の子でもトレーニングがきついのは同じみたいね。
Bitches! Shut up! People sneer at the feeble Laplas as they pass her. Her body, battered from the fight earlier, throbs all over. She's run out of stamina and feels like she might pass out. But Laplas grits her teeth.
耐えるんだ。乗り越えないと。
Yes, baby! After training ends, there's another short rest, followed by another meal. Then, more training. And finally, Laplas practically collapses as she goes to bed. No matter what she does, the pain inside her never subsides. A week passes. At some point, Laplas realizes the stares and whispers directed at her are gone. The malice towards her for being the CEO's favorite has faded as well, partly because everyone is in too much pain to have any spare energy for tormenting others. You really have to remember this was old Mustang's arc where entertainment incentivized people to be this awful and selfish. That's true, but we are in Missalus. It's a separate division, no? Because it's a different in, well, no, because Elysian had Elysian's Harper's mom, EH's mom, who's kind of a bitch too. I'm just really curious how militant it was during this time. Because Mustang did it for different purposes, for entertainment purposes. Tetra makes entertainment though, and the people watch it. Tetra does make entertainment. It is for, like, the entertainment that he has is primarily for his own entertainment, it feels like. It was never about the TV industry for him. It was like what suited him most to make him feel entertained. So if that involved getting everybody hyped up and stuff like that, making this persona online and on TV and stuff like that, he liked manipulating and controlling narratives and people. I think that's like a little bit different. I think here Missalus is primed for military type stuff, or not military, like they pride themselves on innovation, more science and tech stuff, right? So then I feel like it's just that everywhere you'll find bitches. I think this is just in general, no matter where you go, you will find people who are just awful to each other or to you. And that's just kind of life. That just happens. It's not necessarily to this degree, though sometimes it is. But it's also just it just shows how much Laplas can stand for herself. She's not going to take shit, but she also is willing to move past it and be like a better person for it. And I love her for that. And partly because some had given up and left the project, unable to stand the pain. Like, as a child who is amongst 100 applicants, she stood through a week's worth of hell. Can you imagine, though? Because they have training shows or shows about other people going through, like, I know at least in Korea, if you've ever watched a Korean TV show or Korean shows and stuff like that, a lot of the K-pop dancers or stars or things like that, those people have previously been in the military. A lot of them have to go through the military. And so it's like a 2-year period, I think, minimum for K-pop stars to go through the military. And it's mandatory for every male. But in the meantime, because you don't want to lose your relevancy, a lot of times you get shown on TV shows that kind of showcase your daily life throughout the military serving. So I wonder Just an offhanded thought. I wonder if Mustang ever considered doing a show, like entertainment show, watching these people go through what they're going through. He would call it like entertainment. I feel like he would make something similar of that. Lapras is very inspiring. Love this little chipmunk. I do too. I hope she bites everyone's ankles and shows them who's boss. That'd be sick, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying! Just make a just do a teaser and see how the arc feels, because I think it'd be really popular. This is like a Mr. Beast style video essentially, but with Nikkes, or people who are trying to be Nikkes. Lapras grits her teeth. It just sounds up Mustang's alley, you know? Even if just for Syuen, who believed in her. She wants to overcome this trial, no matter what it takes. Then we see all these girlies huddled by a campfire eating army stew. This is their version of army stew, isn't it? They're having their prison meal, basically. And they're all, like, gathered in their own little cliques and groups. And you have a camera just following the drama. It's like a new HGTV show. Is it HGTV? TLC. Is it TLC? Do you remember those shows that had, like, Silent Library and Fear Factor and stuff like that? It's like that. They would be on a channel like that. Like drama channels, like the action part of Love Island instead of the romance part. He'd definitely make that one live show where they trapped a guy in a room alone and then after the show ended. What the heck? They did? Please tell me that's an anime, because that sounds like an anime plot line. Another week passes. 2 weeks of this shit! The pain inside her is so fierce at this point that she can't sleep at night. That's a real story of a Japanese live show. That's fucked up. And Mustang would love that. I hope that guy is okay. Someone please check on that guy. Every time it keeps her up, she watches Ultra Hero on the TV in her room. At least they get the TV. She's just such a burst of sunshine. The thing that's important to her. Oop, wrong button. And so she endures the pain day after day. Until the last test finally comes to an end. Of all the candidates that started, only 40 remain. 40 is a lot more than I thought there would be still. Unease. Oh, he's a I'm happy for him! As long as he's happy, I'm happy for him. I'm glad things worked out in his favor. Because that's still fucked up. How many are left? That's more than I expected. Syuen's favorite.
しぶとさだけは立派なやつね。で、ボディの方は問題なさそう。何のこと？プロトタイプボディの製造プランよ。設計図を入れた時点で問題が起きてるとか、そういうことはなかったの？問題は出てないけど、きちんと出来上がるかどうかは、私たちができるのはシミュレーションまでだし、実際にやってみるまではわからないね。
Okay, so other question is like, if the nymph changes them to the way they picture themselves, how do they develop the Nikke bodies, like, to make them into who they are? Because the Nikke bodies are, they sound like physical, right? There's got to be some semblance of physicality. How does it morph into? I just have every time I think about this game, I have so many questions. If they're if the nymph makes it so that they become their most ideal self, how does the physical body of the Nikke body become that representation when it's already physically built? Part of the mystery of nymph. I'm gonna fling nymph off a fucking building. I need to know more about this. It's so mysterious. And then someone's gonna be like, it's just fantasy. Just take it. And I just want to know.
けど大丈夫だって。自分の書いたものを信じて。自分の設計図を信じろなんて。もう昔の子供だった頃とは違うでしょ。CEO として経験を積んできたんだから、もうわかるようになってるんじゃない？
Her number one cheerleader.
どれほどすごいかってこと。それは。
片付けろ。聞こえなかったか。資料を早く片付けるんだ。
Oh, bro. There will be definitely a reason. They've said it multiple times. No one knows how this works and how dangerous it is. I hope that they do. I know a lot of answers come later in the stories, and we only just got by what people say is just the prologue of Nikke. I can't believe after this is like their third year, right? After 3 years, we only got past the prologue. How long is this story? Thank goodness that there's so much more content to go, because I would be so sad if it ended so early. If this was already only the prologue, then I'm so excited for what happens in the future, like what kind of story they have woven. A 20-year plan? Canon? Oh my gosh, I'll die by the time that this story finishes. That's great. It's not great because I'll die before I actually hear how the story actually goes, but oh my gosh, I'll have 20 years of content. What the fuck? Oh my god. We'll expect more characters dying off each Annie. Count me in. I'm gonna be the next one. Watch. Oh, that's so cool though. 20 years! I'm so blessed right now. I didn't know how blessed I was, but I'm so blessed.
あなたはもうあの時みたいな子供じゃない。ミシリスの CEO なんだよ。そんなの分かってるけど。このプロジェクトで実感して。あの日の私たちは間違ってなかったってこと。マクスウェル。それにねえ。
Maxwell is literally Syuen's number one cheerleader. Why does she treat her like a bit? Like, why is she so bitchy to her? Please. This is why I'm so mad, because she could be so good. She has the capacity to be good, and she chooses to be a bitch.
それもそうね。ええ、私は CEO なんだから。今の私は。
If the 4 beasts die before I can rub Leviathan's forehead and make her pay for the 10 chapters of nothing happening, I will haunt you. Can I watch? I would love to watch the haunting. On the day Project Matisse is set to produce its first round of prototype bodies, numerous researchers bustle about inside the Matisse lab. Lapis gazes at the enormous machine before her. This has to be so cool for a child to see. Like a sci-fi movie. Lapis raises her hand.
質疑応答は予定外ですが、何でしょうか。
この中に入るときは、なりたいヒーローを想像した方がいいのか？
無理に思い浮かべようとする必要はありません。何も考えなくて結構です。カプセルに入り次第、すぐ眠ってしまいますしね。妊婦を注入すれば、ボディは自動的に生成されます。
Ah! So they mention it here too. Interesting.
緊張もほぐれたようですし、参加者番号100番、ラプラスさん、1番カプセルへどうぞ。
Ah, I'm so excited. Lapis steps toward the capsule as she tries to calm her pounding heart and looks down at her hands, knowing it will be the last time she'll ever see them. She sees small, frail hands scarred by the hardships of the world. Etching that sight into her mind one last time, Lapis clenches her fist. I got chills. She holds on to that thought as she surrenders herself to the capsule.
試験対象のセットアップ完了。
設計図のセットも完了しています。
エネルギーの状態は？
すべて異常なしです。
よし。シュエン、準備は全部終わったよ。
So 40 people are gonna become Nikkes right now. If there's 40 people becoming Nikkes right now, and they're all fairly formidable, right, based on the blueprints that Syuen is creating for them, what if the... Shut up, lies! What if the 39 other Nikkes become... are one of the other, like, 39 of the other Nikkes that exist in Missilis? Like, the non-manufactured, like, mass-produced manufactured Nikkes. I'm really curious what happens to the other or is it still that they're human right now? It's just preparing the nymph. What's 9 plus 10 Nikkes? 19? Oh, the nervous girl had the same VA as Flora. Whoa. Small girl, dark past revealed. That's what you missed. Okay, you're gonna have to specify because there's two. There's two small girls. When you think about it. Syuen looks at the 8 enormous machines lined up in the lab. Oh, there's only 8 of them left? She closes her eyes. The dumb one? Okay, but they're both dumb. They're dumb for different reasons, but they're both dumb. I know who exactly you're saying, but I'm just saying, if I was a non-viewer of Nikke, I would think they're both dumb. Based on what I've read. Her father's words from that day still ring vividly in her ears. I hate it here. You can have these nuts. Oh, you mean Miri? She's not. Shut up! I hate all of you. I can't have a single good thing. No, you're fine, Lies. You're fine. Man, at Syuen's signal, the body makers roar to life. I'm gonna make... Lies, what if you... I would say I would make you into a Nikke too. We could both be Nikkes, but you have balls in your profile picture, so I'm gonna guess you won't be able to... You lost the gender flip. A deep mechanical hum fills the air. The production of the Matisse prototype bodies begins. I know it's Keeper's sack. Balls. But you can't become a Nikke if you got a sack, I'm just saying. Wondering if the experiment is over, she tries to turn her head. But her head has been fastened down and she can't move. Then, through the droning hum of the machines, she hears the voices of people celebrating. In the midst of her confusion, the capsule opens. Come on, Miri, let me become a magical girl. It's not about me letting you, but you gotta chop them off if you wanna be a magical girl. You gotta be born women, and then your brain can be input into cyborg body. Sorry, men lost the genetic lottery. Dazzling light pours into the capsule. I'm gonna see my Lapis now! This one's gonna be my Lapis! The restraints come undone and Lapis steps out from the capsule. What? This is not the Lapis I thought it would be! I was expecting a different Lapis, fuck. This is not my Lapis. Whoa. For the first time in her life, the act of breathing feels effortless. She does have Drake horns. Actually, the broken off bits on the left side of her face look really cool. It reminds me of a VTuber's, like, a complex VTuber horn. Her body feels lighter than it ever has. She senses an energy boiling up within her that she's never felt before. Didn't know you like tiny women? I was disappointed by this because it's not the Laplas that I know that I was expecting. Because, you know, I just like her because she's really dorky. It's not my type of woman, but I like her a lot. Laplas turns her head and searches for Syuen. How many survived? Is it just her? Mm-hmm. The voice acting is so good. Maxwell gives Syuen a pat on the back. And she had to lean down to give it to her because otherwise she would only pat the head. Laplas flashes Syuen a wide grin and gives her a thumbs up. Seeing Laplas's face, Syuen smiles back. In that moment, the first experiment officially became a success. This is not gonna be good, is it? Cornered. I love the titles because it gives you an idea of what the chapters are gonna be like.
初の試作ボディ生成に成功しました。シュエン CEO は候補者40名のうち第一次プロトタイプとなった8名の状態が安定していると判断し、明日の午後より引き続き第2次となるボディ生成を行うと発表しています。
Do they or are they decided like a soldier uniform? So it's, I was explained this too actually. So Nikke's become the version of themselves that they see. It's not that they choose it, but it's kind of like what they ideally become is how they imagine it to be, I guess you can say. Like subconscious imagining, I'm guessing. It just kind of happens. But it morphs the prototype body, it sounds like, into their ideal form as a Nikke. The clothes are Nikke? No. Well, I don't know how this goes. But I know they can change clothes because clearly they've done that for like maid outfits or for like different things. I'm not sure how exactly it's all done, and apparently it's not been described yet in Nikke, so I can't tell you the exact proofs of it. That's an interesting thought though, whether the clothes are Nikke. We're gonna have this Pokemon debate again. Because I remember hating... Okay, so one of my least favorite Pokemon is Machamp. Because I hate that his underwear and belt are basically flesh. Because it's not clothes that he can just take outright. So he's just in this flesh underwear. I hate that! So is that the same way for Nikke's? I don't know the exact clues. But... That's... I think about this a lot. You're welcome. You asked! I'm just telling you my appropriate answer. You're welcome, guys. Why you gotta ruin my childhood like that? I'm just telling you what the truth of your childhood. Remember how I said nostalgia is never as good as you remember it? Because nostalgia becomes the flavoring. Like, it's the topping that hides all the shit underneath it sometimes. And that's kind of how I felt about certain Pokemon, because I could never look at it the same way. When I realized, like, every part of a Pokemon is basically what they have. And you can't say that it's something removable, because every Machamp has this flesh underwear. So it's not like he can remove it, you know? He was born with it. He has a Barbie Ken... Never mind. I'm never having anything to do with Pokemon ever again. I'm sorry.
どういうことこれ？もうプロトタイプの成功がニュースになってるの？ええ、そうみたいね。
Maybe it's standard issue from the Pokemon Factory. I mean, so then, is that gonna be the same way with Lapras? Standard issue Lapras?
おかしいな。情報が詳しすぎる気がしない？そう？いいニュースなら誰だって早く伝えたいものじゃない？広報部が張り切ってるんでしょ？やらせとけばいいのよ。そうだね。今大事なのはそこじゃないし、ニュースにも出てたけど、第一次計画でボディを生成した被験体のコンディションは良好。まだ設計段階で期待したほどのエネルギー出力にはなってないけど、運動性能だけでも今までのニケとは比べ物にならないスペックになってるね。
The project is a success. They are stronger, but where's the? I'm waiting for the caveat.
いいわね。かなり順調じゃない？明日はボディ生成装置の準備が整い次第、すぐに第2次の。こんな時に誰が
？Syuen picks up her phone.
なんのよ。
決まっているでしょ。
People keep letting her out of the basement. Why does she continue to live in the basement if she doesn't have to?
ボディの初生成成功したそうですね。
I think it's a pen or something. I need to look back at Maxwell's outfit. I know what you mean though.
どうでした？思い通りでしたか？満足できました？
お前には関係ないでしょ。
上々みたいですね。
もう、ほんと何しに来たのよ。
まあまあ、そう怒らないでください。お祝いついでに気をつけていてほしいことがあったので。
And someone out there is gonna be like yandere hot. This face, everybody's gonna be like, crazy, looks hot.
何よ。
There's a lot of things that are hot on her, but people are gonna be like, that crazy looks hot on you. Jian was forbidden from leaving MMR by NIKKE unless she has expressed permissions from the board or acting CEO. So CEO would be Syuen, right? I can't imagine Syuen just lets her sister leave all this time. She keeps leaving. I guess because she was also a candidate though. I don't know, it's just weird to me how it was really enforced that she's gonna be forced into the basement and then just never, like, she doesn't really stay there. Board is letting her out because they hate Syuen. You know, the board really is on my side today. Maybe the board is... I need to join the board. I must be one of the board members then, because I think I would do that. I didn't know the board was made up of me.
なおさら口を挟みたくなるのでは？
どういう意味？
そうですね。社内で CEO の権力が強くなるということは、理事会の影響力は弱まるということですから。お父様がいた頃は手も足も出せなかったのに、代替わりしてからはずいぶん好き放題しているようですし。
I curse you to forever have Guppy's tail chest but no keys. I hope that'll be after I finish the whole floors. After I finish all the floors, I get that curse and you can't do anything about it. You're welcome. Wish granted.
お父様ほどはうまく飼いならせていないようですね。
できなかったんじゃない。やってないだけよ。
ええ、そうですね。でも野放しだったのは事実でしょ。世間様の風当たりも強くなってきていたことですし、それを盾にとって理事会の主導権を取り返そうと思っていたのでしょうね。
Yeah, Syuen's been kind of passive these past few years, so it makes sense why the board would try to regain control. I love Jian's smile, but her other smile is, are you sure? I don't know, Jared. This crazy equals hot chart seemed to be a perfect circle. She seems pretty bratty. Syuen 100% is. Jian, I don't know if you could call Jian bratty. I think she's more yandere. If anything, I think she's sadistic.
時に
That's not even true. I know she's
新しい
sadistic.
CEO がプロジェクトを立ち上げたら、
何が言いたいのよ。
まあ最初は気にしていなかったようですが、まさか
Okay, cool. I was gonna say, I think it's only
子供の
Syuen.
がうまくいくはずないでしょ。あの先代も大したことないと言っていたのに、
Ooh.
そんな感じで油断していたようです。きっと理事会の誰もプロジェクトが成功するなんて思っていなかったはず。あの人たちにとって
Syuen is just basically lapless. Like, she's just forced to endure so much from other people, including her own father.
でもどうなったでしょう。ボディ製造なんてできるかも怪しかったのにできてしまいましたね。
だから何が言いたいのよ。
私がなぜ今この場で話ができていると思います？
Jian seems to not care about anyone except people she likes, which is Syuen and her lab test baby. I think it's so crazy that she's so in love with Syuen. I'm actually curious why she's so obsessed with Syuen, considering that Jian wanted Syuen's position so badly, and then Syuen got it instead of her. If anything, I would think the rivalry would make her hate Syuen, but instead she's like obsessed with Syuen. She wants to, like, she keeps leaving these hints for Syuen that would actually help her and things like that. Jian is so interesting to me as a character, which is why I like her more than Syuen.
考えてもいませんか？
は？
私がここにいられるのは理事会の許可があるからです。プロジェクトの終わりを見届けるまで。気をつけてくださいね。人というのは不思議なものです。もともと自分のものでなくても、一度指一本でも触れてしまえば、それは自分のものなんて
Interesting.
つまらないことを考え出す
Like these instances, she's helping Jian, or Jian is helping Syuen because she's talking about how she needs to be more careful with the stuff that she makes, that it doesn't fall into someone else's hands, that it's not taken over by someone else, something that she worked hard on making. That's an interesting thing, right? That she's helping her own sister who she was competing with before, but she still loves her sister. It's so crazy to me. Also, I can't stop looking at squishing. Excuse me. Is this one of those things? She's not giving me any hints and she leaves the death note. I wonder. I think Jian would kill a lot of people if she had a death note. Syuen, I think, would believe it's fake, would write something in it, and then be scared that she actually did something. She's big sister energy. She is some kind of BS energy, let me tell you.
最初から自分のものだったみたいな顔をして、それで次に考えることも決まっています。あなたに成功されて力を持たれれば、自分のものが奪われてしまうかもしれない。自分は追い詰められているなんて。追い詰められたらネズミも猫を噛むものです。
Jian would write that her father dies at the age of 300 then enjoy his immortality to torch it. I want to see Jian still make good on her promise about her father. Like meeting him in a lab. You know, I'm not a saint. Big sis energy, but also cool aunt. I'm not a saint, you know. Big sis energy and cool aunt is still wishing for some kind of repentance from father dearest. Although I do actually want N to come back because I want that Bodak Yellow song to come hit, and N's song hits so hard. I know Kuma was working on a remix of it, and I can't wait to hear it fully done because it's really good. Like, when he puts it out, you guys need to check it out. It's so good.
それが大きなドブネズミだったらさぞかし痛いでしょうね。
じゃあどうしろっていうのよ。
用心しろということです。今のあなたには 守るべきものがたくさんあるのでは。例えばそうですね、明日生成予定のボディとか。
Ooh.
シュエン、
あ、呼んだ？
さっきからなんでぼーっとしてるの？昨日ジエンにまた何か言われた？
大したことじゃないわ。準備の方は？
生成装置は準備 OK だね。あとは
Music
カ
stopped
プセルに
because
入っ
it's
てもらう
dropping.
だけだけど、
This is the serious movement.
今日はちょっと手間取ってる？
手間取ってる？
遅くなってしまい申し訳ございません。被験体8名全員カプセルに入りました。
ちょっと、なんで遅れたのよ。
被験体をカプセルにセットする過程で少しトラブルがありまして、すべて解決しています。現在は問題ありません。
That doesn't bode
用
well.
心しろということです。
That doesn't sound
今の
confident
あ
at
な
all.
たには守るべきものがたくさん
I
あ
like
る
these
のでは。
recap moments that happened like 2 seconds ago. They do this in Danganronpa all the
そうです
time.
ね、明日生成予定のボディとか。
いや、待って。私が直接確かめる。
In an alternate universe, this game is called Nikke, just a game about a cool dude. Listen, I already made this joke and I called it Nick. I was waiting for the male equivalent of this called Nick. Danganronpa, another series you should never play if you're nostalgic. It was pretty cool going to play it. I voiced it with some friends, so I was able to go through all the current games of Danganronpa. I'm actually pretty excited to see Danganronpa 2 by like 2x2. But I will say the last game kind of disappointed me. But I do think that Danganronpa, experiencing it for the first time is good. I wouldn't go back and play it again, for sure.
はい。
Syuen approaches the capsules and begins inspecting them one by one. Let's show our love for 2x2 love. That was such a good... It was such a good dating sim style game. Like with all the branching paths. I don't think I got all of them either because of how much there was to the event. I struggled to get all the endings, but I think it's really cool to see how much it could branch out. It felt like a legitimate dating sim, which was awesome.
どうしたの？何か引っかかるところでもあった？
なんでもない。ただ、変な話を聞かされて少し気になっただけ。
Ooh.
問題ないわね。2回目始めましょう。
オッケー。
A deep mechanical hum fills the air. The production of the Matisse prototype bodies begins.
たく、余計なことが気になっていらない手間をかけちゃったわ。やっぱりあんなやつの言うことなんて。
本当にジエンと何もなかったんだよね。
何もなかったって。ただ、あいつが理事会に気をつけろって。
The timing of everything. You have to jinx this shit.
何を？どうしたの？
装置内部の異常な高熱です。温度の上昇が止まりません。
まずいわ。このままだとカプセルの中の被験体が。
コードレッド、今すぐ止めて。これはどうして？
Amid blaring alarms and blazing red flames, the second round of body production results in all subjects melting inside their capsules, ending in the worst failure imaginable. Oh, melting! The next day, every outlet in the ARC begins reporting on the incident.
衝撃的な事故のニュースです。ミシリス・インダストリーが進めているプロジェクトメティスの実験中、大規模な人身事故が発生しました。関係
They're
者
trying
に
to
よります
control the
と、
narrative.
2度目となるボディ生成実験の途中、異常な高熱が発生し、被験者は全員装置の中で溶解し、死亡したとされています。
That researcher had to have done something. He was nervous, and he said there was a small error. There was someone going after... controlling the narrative, political bullshit. Hate the shit. Hey, so quick question to refresh my memory. Nikkes are like weapons right in the apocalypse? Wrong. I think they're treated like weapons. I think the issue is that people treat them like weapons when they are still some semblance of human. They have their human brain inside of a Nikke body, and they're meant to be kind of like their military. So they're sent out kind of like weapons. They're a little stronger than humans. They have other things, yeah. Human women placed into superpowered cyborg bodies, yeah. But I wouldn't say that they are necessarily demoted to just like a weapon. They still have this semblance of humanity where they can go crazy if they realize a little more consciously that they are not human. So things like an example that I read in Rappy's Spawn story is that they used to have green fluid as their blood, so to speak. But they switched to red to imitate blood because of how, like, a lot of the Nikkes couldn't handle when they saw the sight of, like, green blood because they were really not human. What will happen to them when their job is done? Well, you're gonna have to wait 20 years to see that because apparently this story has only just left the prologue after 3 years, so there's not really a mention of what happens when their job is done just because we're in an apocalyptic setting where we've been forced underground for like 100 years, if not more. So there's not really a said time because in all honesty, it doesn't feel like there will be a time that they're on the surface just yet. On the surface as in everybody was pushed underground by these creatures, monsters that exist on the Earth's surface. Yeah, it's a complex story. I totally recommend reading it. It's really good. There's a lot of things that are still being unveiled as chapters go on, so it's very like difficult to explain in a TLDR sense.
この計画の基盤にある設計図は、かつて前 CEO が完成度の低さを懸念し、廃棄を命じたものであるとの情報があり、今回の事故はその設計者であるシュエン CEO による無理な実験の強行が原因との疑いも上がっています。これを受け、ニケの人権団体は非人道的な人体実験であるとして即時中止を求める。
消さないで。もうやめなって。騒ぐ奴らなんか見て何になるっていうの？
見ないと、この目で見て何を言われてるか知らないと対策の立てようが。
外野の言うことなんて聞いたって対策なんかできないって。
やっぱりお父様が正しかったのよ。
She got warned.
設計図じゃ無理だったの。このプロジェクトは最初から間違って。
It's not her fault. It's just
1回目は何の問題も
something that she wasn't able to foresee because she's still pretty green when it comes to the politics of what her role is in the arc. This is actually very like political based when it comes to the different manufacturers between the CEOs of Missless, Elysian, and Tetra, plus the central government. There's a lot of contention. What was it you said about being part of the board again? I mean, if I was the board, I would still probably make Syuen's life terrible. So I don't know if it aged like milk. It just is like a more refined milk. As in, like, maybe I'm ultra pasteurized or something like that. Maybe I came straight out the udder. I don't know which way it goes, but it's one of those. Either I came from cow nipple or I came from a machine processing. Something like that. It's one or the other. They were hoping to. So it's 8 participants at a time. Laplas succeeded in the first one as well as the other 7. So they still have 3 more rounds that they should have done. Because they have 8 pods and 40 participants. I think, wasn't it?
もしそうなら、1組目で出せた性能があんなに高いわけがない。
What are the people from the first round doing?
明日には問題が起きるかもしれないでしょ。明日になったらボディが爆発するかもしれないじゃない。
She's planting doubt.
最悪の可能性ばっかり考えてたら研究なんてできないでしょ。想定外の事態はいつだって起こるんだよ。なんでどうしても自分の設計図に問題があるって決めつけたがるの？
Dad said so.
なんでいつもうまくいくなんて言うのよ。今回だってそう言ってたじゃない。でもうまくいかなかった。また失敗だったのよ。
After you succeeded.
それは違うって言うならお父様に何か別のお考えがあったとでも言うわけ。どう信じろって言うのよ。いつも嘘ばっかり。私の就任式の時に来なかったのだってどうせ。
This is why I'm saying, like, I know this is a very human thing to do, but when we're frustrated, sometimes we're not mad at the people around us, but we're mad at the circumstance and we just yell at other people around us. We lash out, I mean. It's a very human experience and I can respect that. I'm still pissed and I still hate her and I'm still mad at her. But it's the same thing that I feel as with Mori. Most people would be mad at Mori for not running away, but they consider her weak and all this other stuff when they want to be considered a NIKKE, kind of like the pilgrims and things like that. But Mori is more the human experience than I think most people are willing to admit. Like, most people would be a Mori before they were anybody else. I think Mori is even stronger because she realizes that she's pretty weak, but she keeps striving to be better and still wants to do more to match up to the pilgrims because she wants to stay with them. And I think that's more respectable, honestly. And it's the same way with Syuen. I would feel this way if she actually wanted to be a better person. I would like Syuen more if because she has this feeling of wanting to be better, but then never does better.
そう思ってたんだ。
違うの。つい勢いで言っちゃっただけで。文句があるなら何も言わずに出ていけばよかったじゃない。そしたら私だってこんなこと。怒った。ごめんなさい。
Wow, I'm so surprised that she actually said sorry. Maxwell's face is pale as she stares at Syuen, anxiously watching for her reaction. She sees the same exact child who, long ago, stood anxiously awaiting for Enmei to evaluate her blueprint.
変われないんだね。あの時からそのまま。
マクスウェル、
ずっと私を疑ってたんだ。
違うの。さっきはカッとなって変なことを。
本当は私に嫌われてるのかもしれないって疑ってる。でもそばに置いておかないと不安なんでしょ。誰かからの愛情が欲しいから。だから私を就任式に行かせなかったんだ。不安にさせるために。私はそんなことも分からずに申し訳ないと思って気を使ったから変われなくなっちゃったんだ。あなたが。
いきなり何の話？
Miscommunication. This is gonna frustrate me. It's gonna be just like a K-drama where there's so many things that could have been solved so easily.
わけわかんないこと言ってるなら出て行きなさいよ。一人になりたいから。
何？またいつもの隠れ家に逃げる気？それで泣くだけ泣いて終わりにするの？
は？
周りから失敗だって言われてまた自分のせいだって諦めるつもりでしょ。
これ以上どうしろっていうのよ。どんなに頑張ったって否定されるじゃない。私が間違ってたって言われるじゃない。
Yeah, I think I have the same feeling that other people do about, like, I think this is part of why some people didn't like Mori too, is like they don't want to admit that they're more likely to be like Mori than they really believe they would be. That they would stay, they would fight even if they knew they were weak, things like that. I think it's the same way with Syuen here, where I'm upset because I feel the same sense of freeze without all the... No, sometimes I have the lashing out happen too. Like, if I'm being real, I've had a lot of lashing out when I was younger because of things I couldn't control. And things that I wish people would acknowledge with all the effort that I put into stuff. So I can kind of relate to Syuen in a way that I'm like, I don't want to relate to Syuen. Because it's all the parts that are vulnerable and feel bad to think about or to relate with. But that's actually... No, I think that that's actually more relatable than I want to admit. Heading out, bye. Bye, Utsuro! Thank you for hanging out with me. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye!
頑張ったことなら命がけで守りなさい。自信がなくても不安でも気持ちを立て直すの。責任を持ちなさい。責任？これはあなたのプロジェクトでしょ。あなたはプロジェクトメティスの総責任者でこのミシリスの CEO、もうパパに叱られたからって逃げ出すような子供のままじゃダメ。だったらどうすればいいって言うのよ。いくら探したって他に問題は見つからなかったのよ。どうやって自分を信じれば。証明してあげる。
Oh no. This is when it happens, isn't it? No!
あの設計図が間違ってたとは思ってないんでしょ。私もずっと間違ってないって言ってるし、理事会のやつらが何か仕掛けてたに決まってる。昔からずっとたった一つも設計図には問題なんてないんだから。マクスウェル、あなたはまだ分かってないみたいだけど、こう見えても私は結構有能な方なんだからね。だから私の目が節穴じゃないってことを。
No!
私が嘘つきじゃないってこと。
This is gonna be when it happens, isn't it? The thing that she never wanted to be. She's been so insistent, even if she was tired as a researcher, she never wanted to force herself to do something she didn't want to do, and she's held out for so long. She's gonna be a Nikkei for this? No!
泣きべそ書いて私に謝る準備でもしておきなさい。生意気なちびっこめ。
Maxwell
なん
leaves.
て大口叩いて出てきたけど、研究室には本当に手がかりなしか。だとしたら原因は生成装置周りじゃなくて他のどこかにあるってことかな。
Maxwell looks around the hallway in the research lab. With all experiments currently suspended, the deserted hallway is completely
ど
quiet.
こから調べればいいのやら。
She's gonna look around to find proof that there was nothing wrong with her blueprints. Suddenly, she hears a loud series of thumps, followed by a bang.
何今の音。ここには誰もいないはずだけど、なんか転がってる。
She hears it again. Maxwell cautiously approaches the source of the sound.
ヒーローパンチ100連発。
Laplace is hammering a sand. I thought this was gonna be someone like messing with shit. And I thought that this was gonna be her finding a rat in the spy, like a spy in the lab. Of course it's not her. Laplace is hammering a sandbag with a flurry of punches.
ちょっとあなた。
Laplace be hammering. Yeah. I hope she doesn't lose her head
ここで何してるの。
over this, you know.
おや、見たことある顔だな。ヒーローを作るプロジェクトの責任者。名前は、
Maxwell.
マクスウェル。そう、マクスウェルだ。絶対覚えてなかったでしょ。で、本当にここで何してたの？トレーニングをしていた。トレーニング？ヒーローになるためのトレーニングだ。ヒーローになるためには毎日欠かさずトレーニングを続けろと言われた。そうすれば
That is the mean comment? Wait, which
エ
one?
ネルギーというものが増えていくらしいな。
I make a lot of mean comments. Wait, which one?
確かにそういうマニュアルは作った覚えがあるけど。
Her head? No, I just want her to keep it, you know, keep it cool. You don't know what could happen. She could have all the, you know, energy sucked out of her if she's not careful.
だヒーローになるためならやるしかない
Maxwell is hot as a researcher and as anything. She's hot, I will say. Her upgrade was so good, though. Her Matisse upgrade.
聞いてないの？
噂
ないなら気にしないで。
This face that Lapis is making is really cute.
プロジェクトが中止になるかもしれないとかこのボディが溶けてしまうかもしれないとかそういう話のことか
なんだ、全部聞いてるんじゃない。それなのにここにいるわけ？
そうだ私はヒーローにならなければならない
Yes!
そのヒーローを作るプロジェクトが中止になるかもしれないのに？
それは大事なことか私はもうヒーローのボディを受け取ったプロジェクトが中止になっても私のボディはここにあるつまりヒーローになる資
Does
格
she
が
have
あ
like
るということだ
Is that a tag just like if she was a cow? I mean, I guess she is an experiment procedure. But I didn't expect them to label them like cows.
だったら私がヒーローになろうとする限りプロジェクトは続いている違うのか
Lapis Smith. No! Never. Never again.
そうかも。探す必要はなかったのかもね。あなたこそが証拠。シュエンが間違ってなかったっていう証拠。
I thought this was gonna be. Every time I get. Like.
私にこのボディをくれたの
Every
だから
time I think something is gonna happen, it doesn't happen the way I think it is. I've thought that Maxwell was gonna become a Nikke like 4 times in this story so far.
ごめん。
何に謝っているんだ
私信じてなかった。けどあなたは本物だよ。本物のヒーローになろうとしてる。
そうだ私はヒーローになる
まったくシュエンの言った通りだよ。本物のヒーローがいるって言うならあなたみたいな子がなるべきだね。シュエンにも謝らないと。
よくわからないがそうするといい
さてとプロジェクトの成果は幸先よく証明されたことだしもっと張り切って調べないとね。
調べる何をだ
実験が失敗した原因。私にはあれがシュエンの設計図のせいだとは絶対に考えられないの。きっと他に原因がある
Can you
はず。
imagine if they uncovered?
あ
I
なた
want to
にも
know
わかるように言うと
the board.
この
If
プロ
they'll
ジ
be
ェクト
able
を
to
邪魔し
discover
よう
it
と
is
す
the
る
board.
悪者たちがいるってこと。
そんな悪党がいるのか
だから私はそいつらがこのプロジェクトを邪魔したっていう証拠を見つけないといけないの。
8 people died
どこ
for
から
this.
探せばいいか見当もつかないけど片っ端から探していけばそのうち何か見つかるでしょ。完璧に見えたって好きなんか生まれるものだし何か変わったことがあったはず。
変わったこと
This face. They make so good. Like all of Nikke makes some of the most amazing facial expressions. Some of them are more serious. Some of them are really cute, and then some of them end up like this dork.
あったぞ
うわびっくりした。何があったって？
変わったことがあった毎日注射を打つ人がヒーロー候補たちに変わった薬を飲ませていたのを見た
Ooh.
私がカプセルに入る時にはそんな薬は渡されなかった実験方式が変わったから必要になったと言っていたな
Oh.
それどうして知ってるの？
廊下を歩いていたら聞こえたこのボディになってから遠くの音もよく聞こえるんだ
That makes sense. Nikke
ど
bodies.
この話か覚えてる？本当に見つかるなんて。
Maxwell lifts up a medicine container that had been discreetly hidden.
本当にこれが原因かはわからないけど調べてみれば答えは出せるはず。教えてくれてありがどうしたの？急に匂いを嗅ぎ出して。
焦げ臭い
焦げ臭い？
Maxwell dashes out into the hallway and looks around. Smoke is seeping out from the far end of the hall.
何なのあれ？火事か？それならなんで火災警報器が鳴ってないの？
Maxwell looks toward where the smoke is billowing
あっ
out.
ちは研究室の。逃げて！
Huh? Oh! Bomb? Bomb threat? Answering. What's happening? Syuen runs. The moment she hears the news, she runs to the lab without stopping. Wait! Okay, this is gonna be the 5th or 6th time that I think Maxwell turns into a Nikke, but this is gonna be because she endures this, whatever this bombing is, if it is a bomb. Also, Syuen's been running for a little while I talk. So this might be the time that Maxwell actually becomes a Nikke because she was trying to find proof for Syuen that she was wrong, that everything was fine, just someone sabotaged. So this is what makes her become a Nikke, and Syuen's gonna feel so guilty for the rest of her time. I never should have started the project. I never should have blamed Maxwell. I never should have said she lied. She starts to despise herself. She despises herself for yet again putting the things that matter most to her in danger, even after all this time. And for being unable to do anything other than run so feebly. Then the regret kicks in. If only I'd been more ruthless like Father and Jian, none of this would have happened. At the end of all that running... Oh shit. She witnesses her own research lab go up in flames.
ダメ。マクスウェルが。あそこにはマクスウェルが。
Syuen rushes frantically toward the lab.
シュエン様、危険です。
The researchers block Syuen's path.
もう崩壊が始まっています。入ってはいけません。
離せ！離して！中にマクスウェルがいるのよ！取り残されてるの！
She does actually care for Maxwell a lot. Oh, fuck. The building's entrance begins to cave in. Watching the entrance collapse, Syuen sinks to the ground.
どうしたらいいの？マックスウェルまでいなくなったら私はまた一人で。
Oh, this is a good shot too. Not because she's crying and I'm fucked up for that, but like, actually very well designed. As if in a trance, Syuen rises and starts to dart toward the collapsed entrance.
シュエン様。
The researchers rush over and drag her back.
ダメ！ダメ！やめて！離して！中にマックスウェルがいるの！マックスウェルがいるのよ！助けない！こんな風になくすだけ嫌。
Syuen pleads as she hangs from the arms, holding her back.
お願い！誰でもいいから助けて！
And Laplace comes to the rescue, no?
マックスウェルを助けて！
She begs and begs again.
助けてください。
She pleads to a world that has never once in all her life heard her cries for help.
助けてください。お願い。
And in that moment, someone answers her call. Whoa! This is gonna be the 5th time that I get it wrong, isn't it? Also tasteful censorship with her leg, I'm just saying. Syuen looks up to where the sound came from.
ヒーロージャンプ！
Laplace crashes through a window and leaps down with Maxwell in her arms. Laplace lands heroically on the ground.
よし、脱出できた！マクスウェル！
Syuen runs toward the two of them.
シュエン！マクスウェルは
Laplace lays the unconscious Maxwell down on the ground.
爆発に巻き込まれた時、驚いて気絶してしまったようだ。だが、命は無事だ。心配するな。お前がマクスウェルを助けたの。 そうだ、全て君のおかげだ。私のおかげ。助けを求める君の声が聞こえたから、煙の中で外へ出る窓を見つけられた。私の声が聞こえたの。当然だ。ヒーローはいつだって助けを求める声を聞くものだ。それに君がくれた力のおかげでマクスウェルを助けることができた。私が力をあげた。そうだ。
Please believe in yourself a little more and stop being a dick to Maxwell.
おかげだ。君のおかげでどれだけ速く走っても息が切れない。火の中にずっといても倒れない。誰かを抱えて走っても疲れない。高いところからジャンプしても怪我をしない。もう体の痛みや弱さを理由に誰かを救うことをためらわなくてよくなった。これも全部君がくれた力のおかげだ。
Lapis is such a good girl.
逃げてないの。逃げる？なぜだ？ボディが溶けるって死ぬかもしれないって言われたでしょ。悪い噂がたくさん流れてたじゃない。
Man, Lapis really saved
死
her.
ぬのが怖くはないの？死ぬことは当然怖い。だが君が私を信じてくれたじゃないか。私にヒーローになる力を与えてくれた。だから私は逃げたりしない。約束したはずだ。信じてくれるなら私は君のヒーローになる。
And she did become the hero for her. I wish Syuen believed just as much as Lapis believed. I know it's okay. It's okay that sometimes your courage comes from a place of just a faint belief. Like, Lapis just wanted someone to believe the same way she does. And even if it's like a made-up belief, it was enough to push her where she needed to go. And by herself too, she was already like strong enough to want to pursue it. She endured so much to get there.
私は絶対に君のヒーローになってみせる。
Lapis holds out her hand. Syuen looks down at Lapis's hand and then up at her shining eyes. The hero Nikke, born from the blueprint Syuen created. The only one who answered a call in a world where no one would help her, is looking at her with the very same gaze as the heroes in those movies Syuen used to watch so long ago. Having now proved without a doubt, she is a hero.
お前はヒーローになるわ。たとえ違うとしても、私がそうする。
Yeah!
私もお前のために。
This is the Syuen that should have been there!
この世の誰もがお前の名前をヒーローとして心に焼き付けるように、どんな手を使ってでもお前を
Syuen clasps Lapis's
ヒー
hand.
ローとして完成させてあげる。
Maxwell opens her eyes.
気がついた。炎の中に閉じ込められてもうダメだったはずじゃ。ラプラスが研究所からお前を抱えて飛び出してきたのよ。ラプラスが？あいつに言われたわ。私があげた力でお前を助けることができた。助けを求める私の声が聞こえたって。で、あなたの目にはあの子がどう見えた？
Stop making me feel bad for Syuen. I feel this deeply. I think I do feel bad for her. Her life was not great growing up. And she did have a father who was absolutely the worst, like never wanted anything good for her. Just wanted to use her to make her like into a bigger monster essentially. And he forced her into a position where she is a piece of shit, but that's because she came from a piece of shit. Like, she is trying to... I think the idea of her trying to better herself now, even if it took a while, is still good. The way she treats people and things doesn't make me feel happy or good with it, but she is trying to be redeemable. And I can respect that at least.
そうね。お前の言ってた通りよ。嘘つきなんて言ってごめんなさい。
The sorry I've been waiting for this whole time.
じゃあ、もう迷うことはないね。ええ、もう迷わない。今回のことでよくわかったわ。自分のものを守るためには
自分自身が最善を尽くさなきゃいけないってこと。大切なものを失わないためにはそれしかない。だから二度と一人で危険な場所に行かないで。
そんなに心配してくれてたの？
当たり前でしょ。お前が死ぬかもしれないと思ってどれだけ。
よしよし。
Maxwell strokes Syuen's hair.
心配してくれてありがとね。助かったおかげでこれも持ち出せたし。
Maxwell takes out the medicine container she'd found.
これは実験が失敗した原因。多分だけど詳しくは調査してみないとわからないけどね。でもまあ収穫ゼロじゃなかったでしょ。
Syuen stares intently at the container.
これさえあれば十分なはずよ。
To make a hero. I just want to see. To make a hero, first hero, and monster. Ooh. I'm scared of the last chapter being called monster.
そちらから呼んでもらえるなんて想像もしていませんでした。何かありましたか？
協力しなさい。
Oh,
私に協力してって言ってるの。
that's surprising. It's the first time I think I've seen Syuen reach out to Jian. And like Jian said, it's a first. But to be able to ask her for basically a favor
そう
is
来る
interesting.
とは思っていませんでした。どういった風の吹き回しですか？
I guess you do have to put away pride when you want something so
理
badly.
事会に圧力をかける。
Yup.
二度と私のものに手を出してこないようにしておきたいの。でも今の私の力だけじゃあいつら全員を相手にするには足りないから。どう？
お父様が後ろにいることは分かっているのでしょうね。もう引退から何年も経っているというのに、目と耳として使われ続けているような人たちです。
I'm still wondering where he is too, or if we're gonna see him again.
私たち
Her
が
father's
今
been
でも
gone
見
for
張
so
られ
long.
ているということは、それを知っているから今まで理事会に手を出してこなかったのでは？
ええ、分かってる。
そんなことをすればお父様に嫌われてしまうかもしれませんよ。それでも
関係ない。
Yes!
へえ、そうですか。
Yeah, don't give a
分
shit.
かっていて自分の父親の目を潰す。
Woohoo!
そう
This
し
is
ない
the show that I came
あ
to
いつら
see.
は私のものに手を出し続けるから。今回のことで思い知らされたのよ。自分のものを守るためにはあいつらを力ずくで潰しておくしかないの。
Oof.
震えながら体を
You know how they have like,
二度と身
this
動
is
きも
like,
できないぐらい。
it feels like karma. It feels so good when karma strikes back.
だから手を貸して。お前は
It feels, what is the word? Vindicating? That's not quite what I mean. It's like cathartic. It feels cathartic.
覚悟決めたみたいね。
After all the shit that people are put through.
派手に燃やされた会はあったということにしておきましょうか。
で、やるの？やらないの？
手伝ったら私に何かいいことが？
別に何も。
へえ、欲張りさんですね。
お前こそ、そっちにとってもあいつらは邪魔。違った？わざわざ何度も顔を出して私をけしかけようとしてたのはそのためでしょ。目障りなあいつらを消したいから。
Smart.
あら、そんなことを考えているのですか？
狙ってるのが私の椅子なら私はとっくに蹴落とされてるはずでしょ。そうする時間も口実も十分にあったんだから。でもそうしてないじゃない。つまりお前も私と同じことを考えてる。
Mm-hmm. She's very smart. I'll give it to Syuen that she's very smart. She's just very insecure. Like really insecure, and that forces her hand a lot.
ええ、その通りです。私も死ぬほどあいつらが嫌いなので、お父様の目なんて考えるだけで踏みつぶしたなってまうわ。 いいでしょう。手を貸します。それで何から始めましょうね。
Oh, fun.
シュエン、マクスウェル。
What the fuck is this? What is this face? I love this game so much. This looks like something I draw with my left hand.
宿所に誰もいない。みんな荷物をまとめて去ってしまったようだ。相変わらずうるさいね。知ってるからこっち来て。知っていたのか。
Laplace comes over to Maxwell and Syuen.
他の人たちには全員改めて謝礼を出して普通のニケのボディに変えるってことにしたの。一人か二人くらいは残るかと思ったけど、まあ見当違いだったみたい。
You can choose after you've been turned into a Nikke
どうせその程度のやつらじゃ
to be just a regular mass produced.
鉄くず？シュエン、その言い方はやめなって。
鉄くずが鉄くずって呼べないならどう呼べっていうのよ。出来損ないどもがニケなんておこがましいわ。ニケの名前はそんな軽いものじゃないのよ。
Really?
今回のことでよくわかったわ。鉄くずと本物のニケは違う。
Oh, because that's just how she believes between scrap metal and Nikke. Okay. Why is she?
ニケはどんな状況でも人間、いやそれ以上の力で乗り越えられる存在のこと。私が作るヒーローのような二人といない子たちにこそふさわしい名前なの。
代わりがいないならニケで。
She's very proud of her work though. Now that she's had that drilled into her. Or
ラプラスまで変なことを学習し始めちゃったじゃない。とにかく話がそれちゃったけど、私たちのプロジェクトはこれからただ一人のために続けることにしたの。
It's you, Laplace. It's you.
そう、メティスの第1号が完成するまでこれから先計画の対象はたった一人。
Yes.
お前だけよ。
なんだって？
他の候補者はもういらないわ。最初のメティスはお前がなるの。求めていた性能にお前が届けば成功、届かなければ失敗ってこと。証明の時は1ヶ月後、タイラント級ラプチャー1機を単独で撃破してもらうわ。
タイラント級ラプチャーを倒す？本当にできるの？
それぐらいできないと。そうでなきゃラプラスがヒーローだって証明して世間を黙らせられないでしょ。
Yes.
できるわよね。
できる。
Yes.
絶対にやってみせる。私はヒーローにならなければならないからだ。
その息よ。じゃあ始めましょう。
Yes. To make a hero.
それにしてもどうやって説得したの？
誰のことよ？
理事会のやつら。こんな条件素直に飲んでくれるとは思えないんだけど。もう邪魔される心配はないなんて言うのもそうだし。
そんなの決まってるじゃない。ゆすってやっただって。
え？
材料を持ってきてくれたのはお前じゃないの。
Oh, it's the
それ
vial.
を有効活用したってだけよ。
A few days earlier, at a Standard Missless Industry board meeting.
贈り物しっかり受け取らせてもらったわ。どんな手を使ったのかと思ってたけど、被験体の周りで高熱が発生した時、体の内側から爆発みたいな反応が起こる薬を飲ませてたってことね。いくら調べても原因が見つからないわけよ。薬を飲んだ被験体はみんな溶けてなくなるし、実験の失敗でメディアが騒いでる間に研究所を丸ごと燃やして証拠を隠滅すれば全部隠し通せると思ってたみたいね。でもどういうわけかしら。
Oof. That must feel so good. Syuen sets the medicine container down on the table.
私の手元にこういうものが転がってきたの。
おっしゃっていることがよくわかりません。
私たちがそれを研究所に持ち込ませたという証拠でも終わりなのですか？
はいはい、お前たちならそう言うと思ったわ。そうね、確かにお前たちがやったって証拠はない。でもね、どうだっていいのよ。私もいちいち証明しようなんて思ってないから。外のうるさいやつらはそうね、抗議団体の連中とか遺族とかあたりにちょっと金を握らせてやれば静かになるでしょうし事故の犠牲者も8人ぐらいならメティスのニケを1体でも完成させて性能を見せつけてやれば必要な尊い犠牲だったとか言ってバカみたいに手のひらを返すわ。それでも私はお前たちにこれを見せてやってるのよ。なんでかわからない？お前
Syuen points at a female board member.
最近は毎朝サプリを飲んでるそうね。それどんな形だったか覚えてる？
Oh!
その隣のお前はいつだったかしらね。一昨日あたり病院に行ってたみたいね。使われた薬と成分しっかり分かってる？その隣のお前は1週間前がエターナルライフの
That's crazy.
だったわね。
お言葉ですが、一体何の話を？
あら、そうかっかしないの。熱くなりすぎちゃったら大変でしょ？
Oh, that's crazy.
まさか。
いいことを
She's probably bluffing, but that's still crazy. Even as a bluff, that's a wild thing to threaten someone.
教わったことは使わせてもらわないとね。
あの薬を私たちに？
ああ、そういえば今日の気温はどれぐらいだったかしら。死にたくなければエニックに温度を下げてって頼んでみたらそれができなきゃ家でエアコンつけて外に出ないとか。
That's
それも
wild.
ダメならトイレで出てくるまで待つってのもあるわね。でもどうだったかしら。何も起こらずに排出される薬だったかどうか。
あなたは。
Syuen pounds on the desk in front of the female executive. This is my favorite revenge arc.
まだ私のことステージでガタガタ震えてたバカな小娘だと思ってるみたいだけど、身の程をわきまえずにまた私のものに手を出すようなら次は寝顔のそばに火でも置いてってよ。私が気に入らなければお前たちなんかいつでも溶けて消えるんだから。わかった？
The room falls silent.
やっと静かになったわね。じゃあみんな私のプロジェクトが成功するように祈ってなさい。それくらいはお前たちみたいな役立たずでもできるでしょ。
Ooh, so good.
あの薬のこと？そう、見せてやったらすっかり震え上がってもうおかしな真似はしないって。あれだけで素直に認めたの？白を切ったって無駄でしょ。私に知られてるんだから。そっか、それはそうかも。CEO が知ってたらどうとでもできるもんね。まあ今後は前より警備を厳しくしておくからもう心配は。
速報です。今朝ミシリスインダストリーの女性役員が自宅で遺体となって発見されました。
Oh,
ベッ
that's
ドの上
wild.
で全身やけどを負った状態だったと発表されており、世間に大きな衝撃を与えています。
Huh?
どういうこと？ベッドの上で全身やけど？そんなこと。まったく世の中って本当に
She did it for real? It wasn't a
それ
bluff?
もうちの役員なんてね、恨まれてたのかしら。普段からもう少し。
Oh.
シュエン、何よ急に改まって。あなた本当に脅しただけなんだよね。当然でしょ。私がわざわざ家に行って火でもつけたっていうの。
She didn't say that Jian wouldn't do it.
だよね。メティスの研究で忙しいあなたがそんなことできるわけないか。
So is this something that the way that Jian's helping her.
二度と調子に乗らないように。そうだったんだ。立派立派。理事会を力ずくでねじ伏せるなんて。
Bringing the hammer down on them. Sounds familiar.
もうちびっこなんて呼べないね。何？今までずっと子供だと思ってたわけ？
Maxwell pats Syuen on the head.
そう、それで大丈夫。わかった？マクスウェル。何よその言い方。どこかに行っちゃうみたいじゃない。いや、その気はないけどさ。この前、研究室で火に巻かれた時、実はラプラスに助けられるなんて思ってもなかったんだよね。死ぬかもしれないって思ったら、いろんなことが頭をよぎったんだ。いつまでもあなたのそばにはいられないんだなとか、自立してもらうためにも今のままじゃいけないんだろうなとか。そんなバカみたいなこと。
She's wavering again.
私の年を考えてみてよ。そりゃあエターナルライフで若い頃のピチピチなお肌をキープしてるけど、こう見えたってあなたのパパの代からミシリスで活躍してるんだよ。それに私も所詮は人だし、考えなんて古くなるものだし、頭の切れる若い人に席を譲らないと。その後は退職金をたっぷり受け取って
She's ready to retire already.
ロイヤルロードで贅沢三昧しながら、私週末はいつもミシリスの CEO とご飯を食べに行くんですよとか自慢して、エターナルライフもやめちゃってさ、穏やかに年を重ねて終わるべきじゃない？知らないわよ。そんなこと考える暇があるならラプラスの武装の改良案にでも悩んでおきなさい。退職した後のことなんて。はいはい、ごもっとも。
I wonder if then
CEO が生み出す最初のヒーローだからね。
Is it that because okay, Syuen is someone who has a hard time letting go of things, clearly, because she's held on to her father's image for a long time. I keep wondering how Maxwell is gonna become a Nikke, because it's already the later chapters, and we still don't know, or at least I still don't know when she became a Nikke. At least I don't know when she's gonna become a Nikke yet still. And we're already in the last like 3 or 4 chapters of the first or second part of the story. So then, is it gonna be that she forces Maxwell still at the end of the day to become a Nikke so as not to lose her? Or I don't know what circumstance, because I've already failed at this like 5 or 6 times trying to figure out when she's gonna become a Nikke.
ちゃんと完成させられるように私も全力を尽くさないと。
Maxwell rises from her seat.
よし、じゃあ武装の調整も終わったことだし、本格的にプロジェクトを再開しよっか。
After Project Matisse resumes, Syuen builds an entirely new research team, choosing based purely on ability. Laplace, the only participant left, has her body personally readjusted by Syuen and
コアの
Maxwell.
出力を最大まで引き上げるために今からエネルギーの注入を行うわ。ボディの生成前にしてた注射、まだ覚えてる？覚えている。吐き気がして体の中が燃えるようだったでしょうね。あの注射は言ってみれば体験版。つまり今からやることに耐えられるかのテストだったってわ。
Round 2.
本番はあんな注射より何倍も熱が出るし、体が裂けるような気がするぐらい苦しいはずよ。そうなのか。
Oh,
覚悟はいい？もちろんだ。じゃあ
proud of you, Laplace. Syuen presses the injection button. Energy begins flowing in through the tube plugged into Laplace's spine.
耐えられそう？
Was I reading that right? She said something and all it got demoted down to was ...
耐えられそう？
Yeah, there's just ... for this phrase.
くれくらい。
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, right. You talked about this last time. That a phrase was just wiped out.
耐えられそう？
타이라레소. That's crazy. What kind of English translation is this? People are missing context.
そうなら頑張りなさい。出力を上げるにはどうしても避けられない工程なのよ。
I don't know if the other Nikkes could have handled this. The energy injection boosts every feature of Laplace's body.
ところでなんでアンテナを使ってないの？
By the way, oh wait. You don't even know. In the last cutscene, they changed something major? In the last one? Wait, what? Huh? In the last one, like, after this is all done, right? Someone's intonation from sarcastic to caring. That's wild! That's really funny, though. Can you imagine? It's the sarcasm that kills me, because it's like someone being fake nice and then sounding real nice is really funny to me for some reason.
アンテナ？
The last one before hard mode. Okay, okay, okay.
その頭の上の角みたいなやつ。電気信号を感知して周りに何があるのか分かるようにできてるんだけど、理論的にはこの研究室と同じ階にいる人の場所ぐらい全部分かるはず。
Wow.
でもちゃんと使ってるところを見たことがないなと思って。電気信号？それを感じればいいのか？そう。頭のアンテナはその信号を感知する役割を。おお、わかったぞ。ならば全身で電気信号を受けてみよう。え？
Uh-huh. Laplace flings her arms up towards the sky.
さあ来い。電気信号よ。すべて受け止めてやる。
She makes it really very heroic-like. She's really cute.
はあ、技術がもったいない。あんなデリケートな機能この子にいる？はあ、次に回しましょう。それがいいね。
That means that Maxwell gets it. They overhaul the body's essential components to better suit Laplace. After a long time filled with a great deal of effort, the day of the last test finally arrives. I'm surprised they remember Drake's horns do that. They mentioned it once. I forget that I know you mentioned it earlier in the stream that Drake has the same kind of horns, but that's so true. I'm only now also connecting the dots. That's so funny. I thought that they would do something special for Maxwell too, because Drake doesn't come till later, and they said that they would refine it for the next one, but I don't know. Maybe they're refining it for someone who's not Maxwell. I don't know. Because I feel like the horns, not horns, but the little tools that are on Maxwell's head, the little, not hairpins, I thought that they would do something too. That's the one! That's the Laplace we know! Filled with a new Nikke body specially tailored to her, Laplace stands at the center of the simulation room. That's my hero! And it's not even in academia! She worked hard for that body! Look at her, absolutely nothing between those ears. My hero! Yeah, you can literally sit in between her head and you'll still have space in an amphitheater. I love her. Blank stare, nothing is in there. I get that you're excited, but you gotta take this seriously. Yes, yes. Syuen? Syuen looks back and forth at the two. First at Laplace's back as she stands in the simulation room, and then down at Maxwell, who is talking with Laplace while watching the operation monitor. Oh. Oh, don't tell me. Okay, I have a better idea now of like, I think I've mentioned it already earlier this stream, but the idea that she may force Maxwell to become a Nikke so that she doesn't have to part ways with Maxwell, because Maxwell will then live theoretically immortally as a Nikke, right? so that she will never have to leave or Syuen alone.
分かったし
Which is a pretty wild thing to force on someone. It's more than wild to force on someone.
よしじゃ始めよっかラプラスレディーシミュレーションスタート
The first hero. The day of the test. Laplace ascends to the surface.
ここが地上実際に見たらワクワクしてきたああ地上の空もアークの空も同じだろうと思っていたが
Laplace looks up at the sky.
まるで別物だ空気も澄んでいる気がする私がこんな場所に立てるなんて本当に夢みたいだ
Laplace closes her eyes. Cutscene? A back alley steeped in gray unfolds before her. Within it stands a girl. A small girl covered in countless bruises beneath her tattered clothes. The small girl cries out.
ヒーロー
Oh!
ここだ
It's been so long that I forgot about this scene already.
ヒーロー
Oh,
助けて
this hurts me. Everyone turns away from her. Both the powerless and the powerful alike, as well as the Nikkes. They all walk away, leaving the girl behind in the rain. Laplace opens her eyes. She looks down at her hands. She no longer sees the hands of that little girl. They are now the hands of a Nikke, made with the greatest technology in the world. Laplace clenches her fist. No longer is she the helpless girl stuck in that back alley, or the defenseless child unable to stand up against violence, or the powerless victim who cried out for a hero. Now, she is a Nikke who hears the voice of those calling for help, who watches villains with her own two eyes, and who holds the power to save the weak. For all of those who believed in her and made her what she is, she has to become the strongest hero out there. She has to prove that's who she is. Only then can she tell everyone the truth. That the powerful exist to protect the powerless. That the strong must never turn away from the weak. And that evil is a thing which must be defeated. Also, that the whole world should look upon Nikkes as heroes. And that it must become a place in which the weak can call out to Nikkes for help. Which is why every Nikke must become a hero. She must prove that this is the true meaning of justice. Only then will there no longer be any little girls who get cast out and left alone in the rain. If she continues to press forward, one step at a time, she can change the world.
前方に高エネルギー反応を確認振動パターン分析ハーベスターと推定
Oh! Laplace fixes her gaze ahead. I love fighting Harvester. Of all the boss fights, I think Harvester's theme is my favorite too. She can feel her first target drawing closer from a distance.
こいつのコードネームは雲あなた一人で倒すのよできるもちろんだ
The harvester thrusts its legs up out of the earth.
悪よ来い
On her path to becoming the strongest hero out there, Laplace takes one step forward. Harvester is also very special to Laplace, if you remember. Current Laplace or story Laplace? Because I think I skipped over that part of the story Laplace, if that's what I'm thinking of. Was it earlier in this story? Because I don't remember her going up against the Rapture in this story. He corrupted her on like chapter 11. That's the part of the story that I skipped. I think I skipped the first 20 chapters because I was struggling to get crystals, enough crystals to pull on the Bredy banner. And so I missed a lot of story. I found out about that actually through either a friend or you know that part of the animation I think it was either the old or current animation where you see their eyes turn red from corruption. That's the first time that I really knew about it until people told me. I'm sorry I missed it. I do want to go back to it though. I swear. It's gonna happen. We're on like the last 2 chapters. When is Maxwell turning into a Nikke? This has been my question all streams. Both streams. Syuen watches the operation room monitor anxiously. On it, Laplace is shown battling on her own against the harvester. Oh, her visor! Laplace fires a massive beam of light that strikes the harvester's leg, and it comes crashing down to the ground.
やった。体勢を崩した。ラプラス、そのままとどめよ。
Oh!
ちょっと、何これ。まさか、戦いの音で。
Drawn by the sound of the harvester crashing to the ground, a swarm of raptors rushes toward Laplace's location.
ラプラス。そっちに大量のラプチャーが近づいてる。ランクは高くないけど、数が多いよ。まずそっちから対処できる。もちろんだ。
Laplace charges straight for the rapture horde. Syuen clenches her fist in anxiety. The harvester's destroyed leg begins to
ハーベ
move.
スターの脚部が回復してる。立て直されるよ。もう動けるの？完全に立ち上がられる前にまた崩さないと。コアを狙える？やってみる。ラプラス。シュエ、心配するな。
Oh.
作ったヒーローは倒れない。正義は負けない。
Laplace aims her weapon at the harvester and steadies herself.
もう一発、行くぞ。
Yes, Laplace, show her! Light gathers at the muzzle of her gun.
限界まで出力を引き上げて撃ったはずなのに、まだ最大値を出せるっていうの。
Syuen thinks, what are the odds of Laplace winning? No matter how much she runs the numbers in her head, no clear answer comes. What does come is a perplexing, preposterous, and unscientific sense of faith, which gives her an irrational answer. It tells her that her hero,
今ここに正義を証明する。
Laplace fires an enormous beam of light that speeds toward the harvester's core. Her hero is sure to win.
ハーベスターの沈黙を確認。作戦目標は
Yes!
クリア。
Clear!
本当にやったのね。
Good job, Laplace! Yes!
一人で倒せた。
On the screen, Laplace thrusts her hand up toward the sky.
悪よ来い。
Oh, she looks so cool in this screenshot too.
私がいる限り希望はなくなる。
This is such a good shot of her.
正義は負けない。
It's then that Syuen once again realizes that she has made a true
ヒ
Nikke.
ーローの勝利だ。
Syuen smiles as she watches Laplace gaze confidently toward the camera. Laplace's declaration marks the moment that Project Matisse became a success. Would have been such a cool lobby picture. I honestly, personally would have preferred it over the lobby skin we did get. It's a nice lobby skin, I will say, but it's just, for me, because I'm more of a fan of the individual Nikkes, I'm not hit by Syuen. That's just, I'm not the market. That's just me.
アークの皆様、お久しぶりね。最初の発表から何ヶ月ぶりだったかしら。
It would have been nice. I wish we could have the screenshots by themselves. Like the still shots saved somewhere in a repository so that we could use them either as lobby screens or just for our own purposes, you know? I guess lobby screen would make the most sense. I would love if the lobby screens were able to be ones that we just found from different story events. At least as an option.
いろいろと噂は聞いていたと思うわ。いい
噂だけじゃなかったのは本当に残念だけど。
There are secondary sites that do that through your own NIKKE account? Yeah, in-game. I definitely think in-game where you'd be able to see it, like key moments or visuals that you really like in there. Yes.
それだけ話題になる重要なプロジェクトだということだから分かってもらえるわね。さて、そんな注目を集めたプロジェクトのことだけど、私がなぜここで直接話をしていると思う？それだけの結果が出たということわかるわよね。もう聞いた人もいると思うけど、改めて紹介するわ。我がミシリスインダストリーが誇る初のヒーローニケ、ラ
Yes!
プラスよ。ヒーロー参上。
Lapras lands on the stage heroically to cheers from the crowd.
アークの人々よ、会えて嬉しい。私はラプラスだ。ニケが再びみんなのヒーローと呼ばれるように、メティスの名を背負う最強のヒーローとして、アークは私が必ず守ってみせる。どう？声も悪くないでしょ。これからもミシリスインダストリー、そして私シュエンは革新的な性能のニケ、アークを救う新たなヒーローを生み出すことに全力を尽くすつもりよ。次のメティスになりたければいつでも応募してきなさい。プロジェクトメティスはいつでも新しいヒーローを待っているわ。
Yay! Applause fills the conference hall as Syuen and Lapras shine brilliantly beneath the stage lights. Completely gone is any trace of the child who once hid weeping in a secluded break room.
かり大人になったね。かっこいいよ、ちびっこ。
Oh, and this time she's there. Maxwell smiles as she watches.
マクスウェル
Maxwell turns around. No!
助けてくれ
No!
急にどうしたんです？
シュエンに私たちみんな殺される。
マクスウェル見た？みんなラプラスを見て喜んでるわ。プロジェクトは大成功ね。あともう2人くらい作って舞台にできれば誰も私に逆らおうとしなくなるでしょ。
シュエン。
Oh, she found out. But is it Syuen? I know Syuen is probably the one at the helm. She's proposed probably all of this. But Jian is involved in this somehow, and I'm very curious how much.
どうしたのよ。私を呼んでおいてそんな顔。
正直に答えて。
何を？
I thought it was a bluff this whole
あ
time.
の薬、どう使ったの？
何のことよ。
2回目のボディ生成を失敗させた薬、私が持ってきてあなたに渡したもの、あれどう使ったの？
どう使ったって言ったでしょ。理事会の連中を脅すのに。
脅すために飲ませたの？理事会の役員たちに。
何言ってるのよ。私がどうやってそんなことを。
だからどっちなのよ。
マクスウェル、
ニュースになってた。全身やけどで死んだ役員、あれに全く関わってないって言い切れる？
当然でしょ。
Lies? The sound of someone's voice comes out from the pen.
いいことを教わったわ。どうやったら証拠を残さずに人を溶かしてしまえるのか。教わったことは使わせてもらわないとね。
Oh,
これでも関係ないって。
マクスウェル、
どうしちゃったの？なんでそんなことしたの？あんなものを誰かに飲ませるなんて。どういう薬か分かってるくせに、なんでそんなひどいことを。
先にやったのはあいつらの方じゃない。
だから
どうすればよかったっていうのよ。こっちが先に潰さなきゃ、あいつらはこの先も私のものに手を出し続けるじゃない。プロジェクトを台無しにしようとした上に、お前も研究所ごと殺されかけたのよ。
eye for an eye.
ラプラスがいなきゃ、お前 前はとっくに死んでたって分かってるの。
Eye for an eye, and
私は黙ってろって。
the whole world would be blind. But I know she found out about all this stuff. I'm just curious how much she was into it, because I really did think it was all a bluff. Even just having the recording of it, while it sounds pretty damning and would be very crazy for if it was put out on a newscast, I feel like that would have been damning, because Maxwell should have gotten that recording probably from the guy that just went up to her, the male executive. So I'm curious why they just didn't go to the news station with the recording. There's so many questions I have in these, but you know, not everybody thinks logically either, I guess.
もう奪われたくないのよ。大事なもの全部なくして、なくしかないなんて嫌なのよ。だからって人を殺していいわけないでしょうが。自分のものを奪われそうだからって、大切なものが危ないからって、そういう道は選んじゃいけないんだよ。自分が惨めだからって誰もがそんな選択をするわけじゃないの。
See, that's exactly what I feel about Syuen. What Maxwell's saying is my frustration with Syuen, and in this case too, I feel the same way. If you were already on the up, while it makes sense in the story to be forced that hand, I'm still on the same page as Maxwell, where it should, you don't have to do an eye for an eye. You could be, I don't know. This is just my regular frustration with Syuen. This is why I'm like, ugh. It's not easy, but it's why we need to make these better choices.
手段を選ばず潰そうとしてきたのよ。こっちがやられたぐらい、いや、それ以上の力でねじ伏せないと。私もお前もラプラスだって何されるのかわからないのよ。殺そうとしてくるのよ。お父様みたいに踏み潰してやらないと。
Yeah, she's just becoming like her father.
バカにして何もかも
Her father
台無しにしようと
wants
するの。
this though, for her to be a bigger monster than he
私
was.
だって仕方なく。他の方法は試したの？え？まだ全部ただの思い込みでしょ？勝手にそうなるって決めつけてるだけじゃないの？だったら私に何ができるっていうのよ。あなたはもう休憩室で隠れて泣いてた力のない子供じゃないの。ミシリスの CEO なんだから。薬をすり替えて飲ませられるような力があるんでしょ。圧力をかけて素直に法律で裁かれるようにすることだってできたはずじゃない。時間や労力は必要だろうけど間違いなくそういう手があること先に少しでも考えた？それはそうじゃないなら仕方なくやったなんて言えないよ。あなたは一番簡単で早いと思った方法を使っただけ。
Yes. The easy way out.
私はシュエン、それが一番早いからなんて理由で人を殺すことを考える
Don't say it!
怪物のすることだよ。あなたが怖がってたような恐ろしい怪物のね。
This is the worst argument. I hate this so much. I think Maxwell's right, but this gives me the same feeling of like, you're just like XYZ. And it hurts a lot. I think it's one of the most hurtful things when you've already been wronged by that XYZ to be told you're just like the XYZ, you know?
お前
Even though her intention is not to call her a monster. She said that it's like a
お
monster.
前が私にどうして私にそんなことが言えるのよ。どうして？お前だって言ってたじゃない。私が理事会の抑え方を覚えたって嬉しそうだったくせに。なんで今さら怪物呼ばわりされないといけないのよ。全部お前たちのためにやったことなのに、二度と傷つけられたくないからやったのに。
So much of this could have been avoided by a level-headed conversation or Maxwell comforting Syuen after she got rejected instead of just saying blame me and leaving. Yeah, there's been... This hurts so bad. The thing is, like, I understand that hindsight is 2020. There's a lot of things that could have been done better, but in the circumstances that you have and what you knew, sometimes we don't make what is the best choice. Sometimes we make the best choice that we have with the information we have been given. But I totally agree, like, that would have been the best outcome instead of what ended up happening. But as the way that Maxwell is, her better outcome was different because of the way she handled the situation. Like, who she is affects how she handled the situation, and she was someone that just wanted to protect Syuen. Instead of just saying blame me and leaving. I think sometimes when you have and I know that Syuen's not her kid, but she's often like very motherly to Syuen or big sisterly to Syuen. Sometimes when other people are going through a difficult time, you just want to take the blame yourself, because in this same situation, it's the easiest fix, so to speak. You want to fix the situation as quickly as possible, and sometimes the easiest way is just to be like, blame me. I'll take the blame, because it's the only thing you can control. I think when things are variables that are outside of your control, it's harder to accept. So even though it's not the right answer, saying blame me puts some sort of agency, some way that you can help yourself instead of just... It's the same way as what she's saying to Syuen. It's longer and more difficult to do the right things in the right way versus trying to fix it right there in that moment, which she wasn't able to do in the right way, you know? Maxwell did the easiest solution and it ended up backfiring. Yeah, see, it's a mirror. They're different kinds of mirrors, but they are pretty much parallels to each other, right? Yeah, this is what I've been like contemplating too, because some of the things that we don't have control of, if we can find a way to make it our fault, then it's a way for us to have control of the situation, because then we can blame ourselves. And it's the same way with Maxwell. She says blame me because that's the easiest way she could take control of the situation. Easiest solution, right?
あなた、なんで全部私のせいなのよ。私のことをずっとそばで見てたなら、私がどれだけ惨めだったか知ってるくせに、なんで私を責められるのよ。私一人が悪いわけじゃないの。
The thing is, she's also not saying that. Syuen makes something small into something bigger too. Because she didn't say that it's all Syuen's fault. She understands that there were other things that were factors. But she is saying that there is some fault of her. Like, this is something that she has fucked up in. There's a lot of miscommunication here and it's pissing me off. No!
人の命を奪うっていうのはそれぐらい重いんだよ。それもわからないっていうの？じゃあ私が全部奪われて何もかも失って。 何もできないバカのままでいればよかったって言いたいの。
Also not what she said. Yep.
じゃあ何よ。私に何をどうしろって言うのよ。本当に何も後悔してないっていう気。人の命を奪ってるんだよ。シュエン、あなたは人を殺したの。言葉に気をつけなさいよ。私が直接何かしたわけでもないのに。
Oh.
指示を出すのだって同じことだよ。 違うわ。私は殺せなんて言ってない。ただ薬を飲ませるように言っただけ。
This is a very stupid thing to say, but Syuen genuinely never had someone try to explain the sanctity of life to her. Well, when your dad treats you that way, and if your dad's trying to teach you the sanctity of life the way he is, I don't think there is a sanctity of life to him. So he kind of passed that on to Syuen, it seems like. I do think that it would be a different story if Maxwell did sit her down, but another thing is like, Maxwell is also not underling, was it? It's her worker, it's her researcher. It's not like it has to be a friendly relationship or it's a work relationship essentially. She just chooses to go out of her way because she cares about Syuen. And Syuen has this dependency on Maxwell because Maxwell's the only one who ever was kind of there for her when she was younger. But it's not an obligation, so to speak. I think there's a moral obligation to it, but it's not a have to, you know? Maxwell did it because she cares about Syuen, and I think that that's like admirable too. but she hasn't. I don't think she was able to get through to Syuen about the sanctity of life either. There's so many talks that is just, if I'm a B, Maxwell is like out of my pay grade type of shit. Maxwell was a mother figure, but unfortunately she was the wrong kind of mother and didn't talk to Syuen. Yeah. Yeah.
それが人殺しになるっていうの？忠告だってしてあげたのに、熱には注意しなさいって。話を聞いていなかったのはあいつらの方でしょ？あっちが自分で引き金を引いただけよ。
Just then, a moment from the past resurfaces in Maxwell's mind.
それがミシリスに生まれるということだ。
This beat is hitting! This is the beat I love! Nikke has a lot of characters like Anderson and Lilith, Grave, Mihara, who succeeded in being parental figures, but Maxwell never wanted to be a mom. She just was there to work. Yeah, her main thing was work. I think there's a different kind of dependency on the field when it's military-wise. Like, Anderson and Lilith worked together, yes, but they were also more on the militant side where they were dependent on each other in that way. Like, they depended on each other to stay alive. Grave is an interesting parental figure too. There's just so much. This isn't Enmate's name, it's a remix? Shit. I still like it. Endless need monstrous ethos. Oh, it's so good. That's so cool. Endless need monstrous ethos. I like it. See, this is what E8 should have been. Enter heaven. They're either a monster or a monster.
果たしてこの先も同じことが言えるか見ものだな。お前があれのそばを離れないつもりなら。
Don't you think his little dots on top of his head kind of look like, if his eyebrows connected like a unibrow, it would be like ditto? Does that not look like that to you? I can't unsee it now, so I hope that I'm not alone in this. Alright.
私の言葉の意味を思い知る。
結局正しかったんだ。あなたもミシリスの。
I thought my monitor was just dirty. He has little beauty marks on top of his eyebrows, and they just look like... It kind of reminds me of a Doberman that has like those little eyebrows, but instead it's dittos.
結局マクスウェル。
Maxwell walks over to Syuen's desk and slams down her letter of resignation.
お前どういうこと？退職届なんて私から離れるつもり？
あなたがしたことの重さを分かって少しでも後悔してるようならそのまま持ち帰ろうと思ってたけど、でも違った。あなたは少しも悪いことだと思ってない。
こんなの。
これ以上壊れていくところは見てられない。あなたも言ったでしょ。私はあなたの人生を全部見てきた。その通りだよ。いつもあなたは私のところにいたから気の毒にも思ったし誇らしくも思ったし立派になったって思ってた。
That's
ミシリスってい
interesting.
う怪物の檻の中で人間らしく生きようと努力してたから。
That's interesting. Wait. I felt bad for you, but mostly because I found you admirable, really remarkable. Because you fought to live as a human inside this monstrous place. That's an interesting thought to part of why she stuck around Syuen for so long.
そういうあなたの
I
役に
feel like that's
少しでも立ちたい
it's
と思
the
った。
recognizing who the real monster is and wanting someone to rise above it. I think that is an admirable trait, if that's what happened. Syuen also never mentioned the 8 people who died as a reason for doing what she did. Not even once she thought of them as people to be avenged. Yeah. Yeah. Scrap metal and melted scrap, I guess. It's kind of... She never thought about the rest of the Nikkes too that actually became successful Nikkes. It's always just been focused on To be honest, it's focused on survival. She's always been in survival mode after her father left, and now it's a dog-eat-dog type of world to her. She's lost her remorse for others. I don't even know if she thought about others. As a kid, it's normal to be selfish, right? You're allowed to be selfish. You're a kid, and sometimes there's just things that you want, and it's just you're more vocal about the things you want as a kid, but you sometimes have to put that away when you get older. But Syuen never really had that chance to be selfish. Everything was for someone, like getting her father's attention and his approval. It was never something where she could say she wanted anything, because instead she was trying so hard to give as much of herself as she could to her father to get her father's approval. It's really sad. I'll be honest, her situation is really sad. I do feel bad for her. Not enough to say she's redeemable, especially after this incident. That I feel the same way as Maxwell. I would have resigned immediately.
今はもう違う。あなたは人として生きようとしてな。人生かけて見てきた子が怪物になり果てるところなんて見てられないの。それだけは見たくない。マクスウェル、この話外に出すつもりはないから。出したってどうせ今のあなたならもみ消せるし。でもね、シュエン、罪を犯せばいつか代償を払うことになるんだ。
That's not wrong.
じゃなくても必ず。
That's not wrong. When you do something wrong, there's always a price to pay.
だから
At least I hope
引き返せるうちに
there's a balance.
これ以上怪物になろうとしないで。マックスウェル、
This is her worst fear.
元気で。マックスウェル。
It is amazing, yeah. I think there's a lot to be said here. What I like is that NIKKE is never black and white. I think there's things that I could say I dislike about it, but that doesn't mean that these same things will be disliked by other people. And this is why I kind of stay off of Twitter, because I think people have very strong opinions, and it's very hard to be able to debate opinions. People have very strong opinions towards what they have, and so I usually stay off of Twitter because of that, but I think a lot of things are gray or in between, and also highly influenced by your view, right? What you value, things that you think are important, things that are ethically right or wrong or gray to you. I have a lot of in between. And I'm open to like other people's perspectives because it is a very polarizing thing, right? Twitter was panicking over getting cucked by a penguin last event. They're jealous. See, getting cucked by a penguin and being upset about it stems from jealousy. Jealousy makes everything worse for everybody. But Cinderella, Crystal Wave is black and white. Okay, fine. I'll give you that one, Zemedar. Welcome, welcome also. I'll give you that one. But is her hair white? Because it's like a slight silvery gray, no? No, it's white. See, that's even like a gray area for me. As an artist, sometimes when you paint white hair, it's not a sheer white, it's like a shade of gray or a gray blue usually. Or a gray red, depending on if you're going more... I'm getting into the weird stuff now, don't worry. I will take both black and white Cinderella though. Wait, again. Excuse me. Sorry. The next day.
思い切り喜ばないといけないときに、なぜそんな顔しているのですか?
Bro, what? It was well voice acted. What can I say? What can I say? I told you there's something fucked up about me. I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong with me.
メティス計画の死亡者も倍に増えて、 もう2人目の候補も決まったと聞いています。名前は何でしたっけ？かなり変わり者のようですけど。
Commander versus Peng. I think that Peng is winning because Peng had... I think Peng was what everybody wanted to be. Peng was winning.
エネルギーへの適応力が高くて
I think it's really funny that Twitter came in a tizzy over a penguin. That's so crazy.
第1号では見送ったセンサー機能の使いどころが見つかったようですね。舞台としての相性も結構良さそうですし。
出て行って
Oof.
今はお前と話をする気分じゃないの。
あら、もしかして喧嘩ですか？
いいから出てって。
こんな時にそんな顔をしているということは2人のうちどちらかしかありませんね。もう片方は言い争いのしようがないほどヒーロー一直線の方ですし、
I like this beat.
マックスウェルさんでしょ。
出てけって言ったのが聞こえなかった。
感づかれたみたいですね。
I didn't think Peng 1 was a funny joke and was kind of annoying, but getting genuinely insecure over it was so ridiculous. Cindy and Commander have an actual relationship. I feel like it's really funny because I saw a chart that was like from 0 to 100 or something what people's evil level were. And Peng was at the very bottom, like the actual top. Everybody hates Peng. Like the most evil character was Peng in their mind. I don't think I cared much about the penguins, but I was surprised how much everybody cared, to the point that even though I don't use Twitter, I heard about it. It has to be pretty big if I hear about it when I'm not even on Twitter, which I thought was really funny. I don't care about Peng. I thought that the penguins actually freaked me out a lot. Like they were kind of weird, but I didn't hate them. Like hate them. It's like you said, I found them kind of annoying, but it was kind of whatever to me. I was surprised how polarizing the opinions on that were. That's what I'm saying. Some of the opinions on stuff is so polarizing. I'm surprised at the things that go viral or the things that go so hard for people.
あの薬で私たちが何をしたか。それで愛想をつかされた。
I liked Ace and the talking one. They were kind of creepy looking. Still wish the art of the commander surfing with one of them got animated. See, my feeling with the event that I was the most sad about was that the lobby screen they had barely moved or had some kind of animation. Like, I didn't even realize it had a base level of animation, like some kind of sweat pouring down or something. I was disappointed that it didn't have more movement to it, because we're so used to past events having a little bit more intricacy with the live 2D art, right? That was the part that was kind of like, oh man, for me. That is the only gripe I really had. I think I wasn't a huge fan of the penguins only because they creeped me out a little bit. I can't remember who all was who.
なんでそれを。まさかお前が話したの？
まさか。私も共犯ですし、言えるはずがありません。でも、推測できないことではないでしょう。
Penguins were a good addition to see different situation, even if it's a nothing burger rivalry. See, I'm kind of like whatever about it, and I think that's fine. I think it's funny the strong reaction people have. It was a good event because of also okay, that is the first thing that I'm like, yes, 100% I agree with you. There's nothing wrong here. I don't have any arguments. That is the top opinion right now. In fact, it's so top, I'm gonna pin it because it's so true. My favorite Nikke of all time is Syuen. I thought it would have a payoff, but it was just them following them. It's just watching, like, stalking. It feels like stalking. I don't know why there were penguins in the event. I was fine with them being there, but they also creeped me out just for purely how they looked. I think if they didn't look the way they did, like, imagine something that looked more like Ray's penguin, I would probably enjoy it a lot more, but the penguins that we got were so scary looking.
知らない人が見たら親だと勘違いするぐらいあなたのことを可愛がっていましたから。
We thought she was her
それほどの人に見捨てられるようなことなんて。 他に思いつきません。あの人にとって人として許せない線を越えてしまったのでしょう
Jian's very
ね。
intuitive.
昔からうちのチーフエンジニアとは思えないほど人らしい方でしたし、手放したくないのでしょう。自分の気持ちを
She's gonna plant the idea in her head. No.
悔しくて
No.
痛くて腹立たしくて
What's gonna make this worse for me is if in this event, if Maxwell gets turned into a NIKKE against her will, on top of that, if Syuen erased her memory so that she didn't know all this. I wish Syren had gotten the alt in Wave 2. She needs a Bond story, and it seems like she isn't getting anytime soon. Anytime soon. Any anniversary characters got leaked, and next half Annie is probably gonna be the twins. I've been waiting for the twins forever though. I definitely want to see how that works. If it's gonna be like Noir, Blanca Noir. I think what would be really interesting, and I have no idea how they would do this, is if they make both of them work together. Like if the NIKKE unit that they were was both Hansel and Gretel instead of Hansel separate, Gretel separate, you know? I really want to see a NIKKE made like that, and how that, like what kind of skills they would have with each other. But it is probably going to be two separate NIKKEs, Hansel, Gretel. But how cool would it be? Two NIKKEs in one.
あの人なしで生きていくと考えるだけでどうしたらいいかわからない。
The thing with Syren too, and I love Syren, is that she also had alternate outfits already when some of the other characters haven't, even like in the present. Like I think of Mori. I was sad. Okay, this was my other thing with the event. I was sad that Mori didn't have an alt outfit, because this would have been a perfect event to give her something different. She hasn't gotten anything. I don't think she has an alt right now, like alt costume or anything like that. She definitely deserves one. And she's been out as long as Syren, who has, let me see, the sweater outfit, the abyss flower, and then this one. 400 more skins for Pravati, exactly. 3! Syren has 3, and I love all 3 of them. But that's 3 over Mori, who came out around the same time. The Penguins got our upgraded Naru units loaned to Marcy by Ray. Yeah, I know that. I just feel like I hated that they looked the way they did because they creeped me out. And I would have liked them more if they were cuter like Ray's penguins. It makes sense that they're upgraded so they're bigger, like fully fleshed out adult penguins, but it's just... I wish they were cuter adult penguins. I know why NIKKE is called Goddess of Therapy. Jian will surely slash Naru, but she is girlfriend. See, circle. I need the circle done again. Circle, crazy is hot, same circle. There is no difference. There are no 2 circles. There is no overlap. It's just the same circle. Zami is like living in the middle of that circle too. You know those things that we used to have, the protractors that made the circle? You're the one in the very center. You're like smack dab in the center, and that is your circle.
何も知らない。何も知らないくせに。
わからないはずないでしょう。私ほどあなたのことを知っている人はいません。心配しなくていいですよ。プロジェクトが成功したお祝いに特別です。お姉ちゃんが全部取り計らっていました。は？怒られたくないので、今度は選んでもらえるようにしてあります。
No.
永久にそばに置いておくか、手放してしまうか。
No, you're crazy.
はあ、やっと片付いた。さすがに多いね。まあ。
A sister who is like yandere to her own sister. That's what I said. The only people she likes is... Are there people even? She loves her sister for some reason, like to a crazy degree. But there's someone else surely, right? I can't think of anyone though. For Jian, she only has eyes for her half-sister. Maxwell sits down on the couch in the corner of the room.
これもだいぶ使い古しになっちゃったな。
The commander, that's true. Commander because she grew him in a vat. But let's be real, like everybody likes the commander. I don't know a single character who like absolutely hates the commander if they are not a rapture. Joke, by the way, we don't know why. I feel like this is just the natural course of the game. Is just everybody has a crush on you unless they're the rapture who wants to crush you.
ここでシュエンが
Oh, she's reminiscing. See, this is where nostalgia is a salty flavor. Leaning back into the couch, Maxwell gazes up at the ceiling.
こんな形で物別れになっていいのかな。そばにいたままで心を入れ替えさせようとした方が。うん、これでいいんだ。あれだけはっきり冷めたんだし、私が消えれば自分が間違えてたかもって少しは考えてくれるはず。
The truth was the friends we made along the way and the people we
今はそばにラプラスもいるし、
the people we hee-heed along the way.
いつか本当に追い詰められた時、また手を貸してあげる。今はそれ以上のことはできないから。
This is it. It has to be now.
これが正しい。誰？
Don't open it.
ってなかったはずだけど。
Don't do it.
メティス研究所の方で。
When was the last time people added a peephole?
はいはい。今行きますって。ずいぶんせっかちだな。
Maxwell opens the door. A letter lies out in the hallway.
書き置き？もしかしてシュエンかな。
Maxwell takes a step out into the hallway. You're kidding again? Again, she gets blown up. Also, hi, Hurricane. Hi. Maxwell opens her eyes. How many times is she gonna get blown up? A hospital ceiling comes into view. Although her mind is still hazy, she thinks back to the last moments before she blacked out. I came back at the right time. This is gonna be fucked up, I feel it. There was a bomb. A bomb had gone off beneath her feet the moment she stepped into the hallway. Maxwell calmly takes stock of her own body. There isn't a single thing she can move. She tries to move her head. Luckily, it moves, but only a little. Maxwell knows instinctively. If she falls asleep again, she won't wake up. They're gonna have to glue you back together now, Jian, for some reason. Jian's just fucked up everywhere. The only thing she cares about, you know, Maxwell is probably just a thing to her, too. That thing. Maxwell turns her head a fraction more. Syuen's face comes into view.
幸い声は出るね。よかった。
何がよかったのよ。体がこんなことになってるのに。
私どうなったの？隠さなくていいよ。話して。首から下感覚が全くないって。
ああ。
分かってるし。
下半身が全部吹き飛んで上半身もほとんどダメだって。意識が戻ったら奇跡だって。
そっか。やっぱり目を閉じたら終わりそうだね。
ああ。
シュエン、もしかしてあなた。何
Maxwell stops herself from asking the rest of the question. She doesn't have much time left as is. And she doesn't want to hurt Syuen anymore. So Maxwell chooses to just believe in her.
私は平気ってこうやってあなたの顔見ていけるなら十分幸せでしょ。
死なせないわよ。私が死なせない。ニケになりなさい、マックス。
Oh, she can't let her go.
お前がメティスに入りさえすれば舞台の中にエンジニアも揃うし、
Oh, everything is so selfish.
活躍できるはずよ。私たちのプロジェクトは
Not I want you to live, I want you to be alive. Just look what this does for me. Syuen! They both suck at communication. Fuck, man. She's just gonna do it to her.
そしたら私が怪物にならないようにずっと近くで見てられるでしょ。
Save that for last.
心を入れ替えるから。もう二度とあんなことしないから。お前がダメっていうことは絶対にしないから。やれって言ったことだけやるから。そうしなさいよ。
She's not learning, she's just conforming. This isn't... She doesn't understand.
昔言ったこと忘れた。
昔言ったこと。
ニケの私は元の私じゃないって。
自分からニケになる研究員もいるって聞いてるけど、なんでそうしないの？
Yep.
私じゃなくなるから。私には
She's gonna against her own moral. There's so many unethical things about this. There's so many unethical things about this. This makes me so mad. No! Don't do it!
それでどうして同じ存在だって言えるの？もちろん
Please!
記憶が同じなら同じっていう考え方はあるよ。確かに私を元に作られたニケは私と同じ記憶を持っていて同じようなことを考えるはず。だから今の私と同じものだと考え
In
る
a
こと
way,
も
Ji and Syuen are very similar in not knowing how humans work. Ji knows things are wrong, but she just doesn't care. Syuen doesn't understand why things are wrong and fucked up. Yeah. The thing that's exactly my issue with Syuen and why I think like I said, I've beat this dead horse so many times. I don't like that Syuen has that capacity and actively does things against her capacity to be good because she wants to be good in some deep down way. Jian knows that she doesn't want to be like the traditional sense of good, right? Jian knows things are wrong and she's unabashed about it because she already gave into the fact that she's basically a monster. She knows who she is and stays like that. I like her as a villainous type of character. Antagonistic type of character is probably more accurate. I don't like that she... And yet, I feel like she's more relatable for sure. It just makes me so mad because you just know everything is a misunderstanding. Things could have been so different. These are the same fuck-ups people would make though, especially under the type of childhood she grew up in. She was never taught differently.
覚えてるわ。
なら嫌なのも分かって。
覚えてるわよ。覚えてるけど、それでもお前が死ぬよりマシじゃない。お前がいなくなるよりその方がいいじゃない。
She could have said that first. Just saying.
死ぬよりはニケになって私のそばにいる方がずっとマシでしょ。そうすれば
Syuen is a culmination of her surroundings 101. Yeah. Her family's evil against Maxwell and Laplace's kindness. And this is why she has like that duality about her where she struggles to be a good person like she wants to be with Maxwell and Laplace. But she's only grown up in an environment that her family had treated her and had raised her in. So she struggles with that. Yeah, she does it in the worst way possible. Everything is just it's said in the worst way possible. She's trying her best with what she has, but it's just so painful to see her do it and say it the way she keeps saying it. It's always like, for this example is like, oh, don't you want to be the engineer of my super cool squad that I'm building? Don't you want to be like someone who can stay with me by my side as a NIKKE, because then you can be strong and live for a long time? Like, pushing past Maxwell's wishes for her own, for the sake of keeping her alive, without even saying, I want you to be by my side. And making the onus on Maxwell, don't you want to be by my side? That type of thing. There's a difference between I want you to be by my side versus don't you want to be by my side. They're slightly different, right?
ニケは死なないもの。私のそばにいて。私もっと頑張るから。
A pitiable type of manipulation. Yeah, it is still manipulation.
ニケになって。あなた。
そうか。私の見立てだと最大の鍵を握っているのは。
Meanwhile, the Stang actually tried to make the Archrangers into heroes. They are heroes, that's true. It's a different kind. Don't you want to be my Kami Oshi? Oh my gosh, you're so right. Wait, okay, in a weird way, would Syuen's Kami Oshi be her own father or Maxwell? Because she likes to keep both of them close, but I feel like it would be her father because she values her father's opinion more. I'm just saying, it's just, in this weird fucked up world, who does she put above all else? And it feels like it's her father. She wants to impress her father so bad. She wants to impress him so bad. Ooh, you want to impress him so bad that you were willing to murder? To go against it? Like, this is still, like, going against your father or her father, it's still an act of, like, getting his attention, no? It would still be an act of defiance, attention, all of that wrapped in one for a sense of acknowledgement, right? The way she treats Maxwell is like a doll, yeah. I picture it kind of like when you have a favorite doll, like from childhood, and you kept it for so long that it's tattered and like the fluff is coming out, but you still keep it because it's nostalgic for you. You still have a lot of memories attached to it, and it was your source of comfort. I think that's like the best explanation. Maxwell is like a doll. Maxwell is her commander doll.
それほど愛情を注いでいるということが、あれを怪物へと変貌させる最も強い引き金になる。
あれも正しかったんだ。もう手遅れだった。怪物になってしまったんだ。
Oh man.
私に会ったこと後悔してるの？私もうここに来ちゃダメ？出て行かないとダメ？ねえおちびちゃん、お菓子も用意しておくからまた今度ね。
うん。Oh. Maxwell clenches her teeth.
これで終わらせちゃいけない。見捨てちゃダメだ。どうせニケにされるならせめて何か残さないと。取り返しがつかなくなる。完全な怪物になってしまう。一生心の傷にさせてしまうとしても、人間として残らせるための傷なら絶対に抜けないナイフを突き立てていかないと。初めて会った時覚えてる？休憩室で泣いてたよね。
Oh, she's gonna hurt her so bad.
泣いてた理由覚えてる
？She's gonna hurt her so bad.
ジエンが勝手にララを同じことをするんだよ。あなたを泣かせたこと私にするんだよ。
Syuen loves Maxwell, so Syuen became a monster. Yeah.
私の目しっかり見て。
With everything she has left, Maxwell meets Syuen's gaze.
池になった私はもう私じゃない。何をしようと人間のマクスウェルはここで死ぬ。
Oh.
それでも私をニケにする。
It's a hard place to be in. I want to watch this whole event in English too. People were telling me how good the English version is. I really want to watch or read this over in English, so I probably will. Like, before this event ends for sure, I want to. I'm kind of impressed how many people are singing the praises of the English voice actors, not because the English is bad, or rather, like, I'm impressed because a lot of times when people are watching or reading anything, when it's already been dubbed in Japanese, Korean, like whatever, Japanese specifically, people are always doing the sub versus dub battle, right? And people always shit on the English voice acting, but I don't think that English voice acting is all bad, really, you know? I think that it's impressive to hear more of the outcry of, like, the English version is so good. I'm actually really happy to hear that in the Nikkei community, that that's being voiced more, you know? I get told this by friends, and I honestly, I put the Japanese voice dub because I prefer it, but I don't hate the English voiceovers. And I'm very excited to try to rewatch. I don't dislike the English dub, I just hate the English localization. I think that's fair. There are certain things that are very difficult to translate from Japanese, Korean to English. Even for me, when I'm trying to explain some Korean words, they don't quite make sense in English because it doesn't exist in the English language. It's really hard to transcribe. But I can totally agree when there are words that you just know what they mean and they just don't equal what was said. I feel that deeply. I love hearing English because emotion cuts deeper when I understand the words. I think for me, it's... how to put it? Like, sometimes you can tell a song is sad even without hearing the words just by knowing the melody and the way that it's put together, right? That's kind of how it is for me. I don't necessarily need to know the footnotes of stuff if I can feel from just watching the scenes or from hearing what is said. The most important thing to me from any voice acting or any story is the storytelling, which is why I love, no matter if it's in English, Korean, Japanese, I like it all because people made an effort to put this story into into life, and that's what I think is really crazy impressive from all sides. There are some times when Ian misses. I think they really hit the nail on the head this time around, though. Then I really need to read this. I'm so open to doing an event twice, especially if it's so good. If an event is hits, I used to, before I did Nikkei content, I used to record every event so that way, even if it doesn't show up immediately into the repository, like the records and stuff like that, I could go back and watch the events myself if I really wanted to. I have like maybe 4 or 5 events that were recorded before I started making Nikkei content, and I love to go back and remind myself about these events. I still feel that way, so I'd be totally down to rewatch this in English. Syuen nods as she cries.
ごめんなさい。お前がいない世界なんて想像できないのよ。ごめんなさい。
This is what she should have said earlier. This is painful. This is actually painful. If I kept watching this, just the scene as it was, I think maybe I would have cried. I feel choked up, but I don't think I'm gonna cry here. I feel bad because these events are genuinely voiced so well, but I don't always feel it in the moment because I have this thing of like, I don't always recognize what I'm feeling in the moment. I know that this is sad. I can recognize it's sad, but I'll feel the impact later than how most people feel it, which makes me feel bad that it feels inappropriate, you know? I feel like I'm not getting the full impact or showing that I really, like, I'm really impressed or feel the impact that the voice actors put into it. Because I can already start to feel that it's like hitting me a little late. Yeah. But I still want to be real with how I react and how I feel about a situation. Mm.
結局あなたは怪物になるって選んだ。結局私を殺すって選ぶんだ。マクスウェル、けど忘れないで。それで生き返らせたって。あなたの知ってるマクスウェルは一生
Oh, fuck.
取り戻せない。
Maxwell closes her eyes.
それがあなたの選択なら仕方ない。だったら私はあなたに傷を残す方
Oh, fuck.
一生苦しめる傷になるとしてもあなたを怪物にはさせない。私の姿が決して目を背けられない後悔になるように。その苦しみこそあなたが人間だという証拠になるはず。
The most painful reminder.
ごめんなさい。さよなら、シュエン。
This is the scene that I saw that someone drew similarly, where they're facing each other and Maxwell's like a demonized version of Maxwell that's plaguing Syuen is like, was it worth it? Oh my gosh, it's this scene.
私の生意気なちびっこ。
That afternoon, a second Nikke is added to the Matisse squad. Her name is Maxwell. She's a mechanic Nikke and former researcher with Missilis. Nikke Maxwell opens her eyes.
ああ、シュエン。マクスウェル、私のこと覚えてる？何のこと？人間のマクスウェルの記憶？もちろん引き継いでるけど、記憶消去しなかったんでしょ？何よその言い方。人間のマクスウェルなんてお前のことじゃない。何言ってんの。人間のマクスウェルは人間のマクスウェル。私は私だから。肉体を構成してる物質から体を動かすエネルギーまで全部違うでしょ。それでどうして同じ存在だって言えるの？
Also, I just realized there's so many details about Nikke's that I always miss, like the Duracell battery, the lipocell that's plugged into her weapon.
記憶は残ってるでしょ。それでも違うっていうの？
I don't know why she would think she feels any differently.
人間の方の記憶は確かに全部あるけどね。あなたには研究員として友達だった頃の気持ちより作ってもらった感謝の方が大きいかな。それって人間のマクスウェルにはない気持ちでしょ。なんでそんな言い方するのよ。
Fun fact about Maxwell, she was based on 3 different people named Maxwell. The scientists made the calculation of Maxwell, which is what railguns use to work. Maxwell uses a railgun sniper. Don't worry. I think I've heard of one of those. Definitely the scientist one, but I think I've heard of one out of the 3 that you're gonna mention.
わざとじゃないでしょうね。私に怒ってて、それで。わざと？そんなことしないって。
It also makes sense to me now why her legs are built the way it is because of her lower body being gone. Is this just how she pictures? Because if she has nymph and is able to decide her body, then does this make sense to have like these bionic-y looking like mechanical legs because she got blown up? I guess this would be the last image she thinks of herself as. Wait, is this something that would be considered by your standards as scrap metal behavior? Exoskeleton, people said. Exoskeleton.
記憶をなくしたわけじゃないけど、今の私とは別の誰かって思ってるから、確かにあなたにとっては微妙かもね。どうしても気に入らないなら鉄くずって呼んでもらって。違う。
お、
そんなことない。お前は鉄くずなんかじゃないわ。お前が鉄くずなんて、お前を鉄くず呼ばわりするなんて、私にできるわけないでしょ。お前はニケだもの。私が作ったニケ。
そう？じゃあよかった。鉄くずじゃなくてニケって呼んでもらえて嬉しいよ。
This is actually the full image that I saw. Oh fuck. This would be the face that would be made.
これ
Oh.
からよろしくね、シュエン。
Maxwell holds out her hand, as though they're meeting for the very first time. Only then does the full weight of Maxwell's words sink in for Syuen. For the rest of her life, she will never get the old Maxwell back. At the end of the third-floor hallway lies a break room no one ever visits due to its shabby state. The place where Syuen had fled to escape her father's gaze after losing her maid. The place she first met Maxwell. Syuen runs into her hideout.
クソエルももういない。もう誰もいないじゃない。結局全部なくして、プロジェクトさえ成功すれば全部うまくいくって思ってたのに、何もかもうまくいくって思ってたのに、なんでこうなったのよ。一体どうして。
In the corner of the break room, the young Syuen who'd been crying lifts her head.
お前が怪物だからよ。お前が怪物だから。
違う。
ナラを殺したジエンと手を結んで。
違う。
示し合わせて人を殺した。
違う。
マクスウェルも殺したじゃない。
それはジエンが。
結局あなたは怪
Oh,
物
this
に
hurts.
選んだ。結局私を殺すって選んだ
Oh,
んだ。
fuck.
化け物。違うの。マクスウェルを殺した化け物。
違う。
Syuen sinks down and curls into a ball.
違う。私怪物になろうとしたわけじゃないの。
This is the worst day of Syuen's life until she gets shot in the head.
私はそう、他に理由があったのよ。プロジェクトを成功させるために、メティスをヒーローになるニケを作るために、ヒーローを作ろうと思ったのはそう、私に CEO の資格がないって。
I don't think the shot was as bad as this. I think the shot was bad physical damage. I think this is bad mental damage. I think I would want to die both ways. I think if either of those things happened to me, I think I would want to be dead.
お父様が私に託してくださったものだから。私がミシリスを守れると信じて与えてくださったものだから。
And she defaults back to her father.
アークのためにミシリスを守らないといけないんだから。私はミシリスの CEO。
Is this under the mind break
この
tag?
地位とミシリスを守らないといけないの。そう、だからそうしたのよ。
Hmm.
ええ、そうよ。まだあるじゃない。私はミシリスの CEO。 こんなに大事なものが残ってたじゃない。そう、アークのため、人類のために私はミシリスを守らないと。
Still missing one.
何でもしないとどんなことだってやらなきゃ。そうよ、何もかも全てはそのためだったのよ。マクスウェルをニケにしたのだって全部そのためよ。
And she's gone to Lulu, which
メティスにはエンジニアがいた
the
方がいいも
Lulu
の。
is the Salulu sometimes, isn't it?
長期の任務や緊急事態でも地上で対応できるようになるもの。そう、そのためだったのよ。私はそのためにミシリスのためにやったの。そう、こんなに単純で簡単な理由だったのよ。
Mind break tag, mind break tag, mind break tag.
シュエン、
Oh,
大きな声がしたから来てみたが、何があった？
ラプラ
oh
ス
man.
そうだった。ラプラス、お前もいたじゃない。この世でたった一人、私の声に応えてくれた私のヒーローが。
Syuen rushes over to Lapis.
お前は変わらないわよね。全部忘れたりしないわよね。ずっと私の誇れるニケとして、私を守った最強のヒーローとしてそばにいるわよね。
Lapis looks at Syuen's hand, gripping her arm. She notices it trembling, and it reminds her of something from an old memory. The trembling hand of a small girl who once wandered in search of a hero. Lapis answers the desperate call for help.
もちろんだ。君が望むなら、私はいつでも君のそばで、君が誇る最強のヒーローでいよう。私は君のヒーローだから。
それでいいの。お前がいてくれればそれで十分よ。
After that day, the break room at the end of the third floor hallway is sealed off. Ah! That's the one! Drake! She's finally back! A few days later, the third member of the Matisse squad is completed, a NIKKE named Drake.
これでやっと揃ったわね。
Where's her alt outfit? When are we gonna get new Drake?
プロジェクトメティスが生み出したニケはメティス部隊所属のニケとしてアークの平和のために戦っていくわ。ミシリスのヒーローたちの実力は最強の部隊と呼ばれるにふさわしいということ。これから証明してあげるから期待してなさい。
From that day forward, and just as Syuen predicted, the Matisse squad accomplishes countless feats up on the surface. As if driven by some unseen force, Syuen assigns them mission after mission, insistent on them becoming the Ark's greatest squad. She treats them as though they're high-powered tools, sending them up to the surface without rest. The more they achieve, the firmer Syuen's position grows. Eventually, it can no longer be said of Syuen that she is only Mishilis's CEO through sheer luck. And then finally, the day comes that Matisse achieves something unprecedented, cementing itself as the Ark's strongest squad.
最強のヒーローたちの生みの親、ミシリスの CEO シュエン様です。今日のご気分はいかがですか？
最高よ。そうでない理由なんてあるの？とても素晴らしい日なんだから。
Syuen smiles. She puts on a smile as if this were the happiest day in the world.
シュエン、あ、どうしたの？そんなにぼーっとして。
なんでもない。疲れて居眠りしてたわ。
そうなの？じゃあこんなところに来てないで休みなよ。甘いお菓子でも持って行ってあげようか。
いらない。
まあ好きにして。ドレイクもちょうど来たみたいだし、久しぶりに全員でテストしてみる？シュエン？ シュエン、具合でも悪いのか？
Lapis and Drake come over to Maxwell and
平気
Syuen.
よ、騒がないで。じゃあなんでそんなにぼーっとしてるんだろうね。改めて自分が作ったニケに満足したとか？
Syuen looks at the heroes before her. Syuen looks at the heroes before her, points at the villain first. Syuen looks at the heroes before her. Drake. That's so messed up. Continue. Lapis. Maxwell. The greatest Nikke she has made. Her heroes who guard her position.
ええ、そうよ。
Project Matisse and... Oh, okay. How am I feeling? I don't feel she's redeemable. If anything, this event just pushes me to think it's not redeemable. What? Who said that my mind would change? Who said my mind would change? Also, where's the shop? Give me. Not all heroes are heroes. Not all heroes wear capes either. That's true too. Buy. Did I buy this already? Actually, no, I did. Okay. I need to find out the last chapter. So I did get the event pass so that I could go through these. Ooh, they look so good. Oh, they look so good. Oh, I really like Maxwell. Maxwell's new look looks so good. She's a problematic one though. She's a huge problematic one though. I can't believe there's a church of Syuen somewhere out there. With someone named Syuen's husband. I'm gonna die. Ooh. End it. Mods, kill that guy. Yippee! The second Maxwell coined monoism and dualism. Dualism, the one Nikke follows, is that mind and body are separate entities. Oh, interesting! Monoism, which is Maxwell's belief, is the mind and body are one, and if the body perishes, so does the mind. Here it is, the last one.
本当にいつぶりでしょうね。私が呼び出されるなんて。メティスの子たちを作っている時以来でしょうか。違いました？
She's still fucked up for that.
呼んだんじゃないわ。
もう意地悪ですね。あなたの頭を打った犯人は捕まえてしっかり罰も受けさせました。まだ許してもらえないのですか？あなたの頭を打った犯人はマクスウェルさんのこと。
おしゃべりするつもりはないって言ってるでしょ。それに怒る気にもならないわ。お前にそんな気持ち向けるのももったいないし。
ええ、そうでしたね。それでうちに少しの気持ちも向けてくれない可愛い妹が貴重な時間を割いてまでどういう要件です？
お前最近メティスの資料を盗み出してるわね。
Oh.
はい？うちが何を？
メティスに関する資料いろいろよ。盗んでるのお前でしょ。
いいえ。
違うっていうの？
そんなことをして何になると？ボディの実物ならともかく私の研究には全く役に立たないでしょう。
お前じゃなかったの？
こんなことで嘘をつく理由なんてありませんよ。
じゃあ誰だっていうのよ。
まさか本当にメティスの資料が
It's gotta be someone related to
最高レベル
Enmei.
のセキュリティ下にあるトップシークレットのデータを？
そうよ。
最高レベルのセキュリティを突破しておいてメティスのデータだけ盗んでく頭のおかしいやつなんてお前以外に誰がいるっていうの？
最高レベルのセキュリティを突破してメティスのデータだけを他の貴重なものには見向きもせず
Deadbeat dad comes back to rob his own daughter. How irredeemable can you even be? I don't know. I feel like he could go levels worse than this somehow. He's already done a pretty good number on both of them.
そう言ってるでしょ。この世にそんなイカれた人間お前以外に
言いますね。
Yep.
そないな
One
ことを
other
する
person.
人がまさかこんなとこで
I wonder what he's gonna do with this data, though.
何よ急に思い当たるやつがいるの？
Ah, she reveres her dad so much.
お互いよう知っとる人やと思いますけど
私もよく知ってる人。
Ah, she's so stupid.
は限りません。
バカ言わないで。地上のどこにアークのセキュリティを突破できるような。
Thank
地
you.
上からアークのセキュリティを突破してネットワークに接続できるようなアークの通信システムを構築した希代の天才。
Ah.
これでもまだ
まさかお父様。
You're kidding. I got the thing for that! Ah! Screaming! Some people said he's making evil Matisse and is on the Rapture side, but I think he's like Syuen. He's on humanity's side and probably is gonna help. He's just a massive douchebag. We all wish to choke him. I don't know if he's interested in humanity like that. I think he's self-interested. So it's hard for me to believe that he does it on the sake of humanity rather than his own self-interest. Either way, let's see. I got all the things for the event early. What do I do now? My life is incomplete. Well, what I have to do now is watch everything in English, which I'm very excited for. Oh, Ennick agreed and helped with his plan because it's better for humanity. I feel like Ennick makes logical decisions even if they're not popular decisions. So even with her father, if it's more likely to save humanity, I think she's more likely to do something that's on Enmei's side, no? Pretty sure we're gonna meet Enmei in main campaign or Annie now. I'm excited. I'm excited too! I need to hear more of his theme show up in the story. I'm so excited for that part. All former CEOs suck. But at least our current ones are pretty good, I say, as Syuen is still the CEO of Missilist. Shit. Pure logic, no morality, exactly. Well, I do have 2 social pulls, so you guys are gonna give me good luck, right? 2 socials. Let's do it. Oh! Fuck. There's like a slight sound that you can hear when you get a purple that it like ramps up in the background, and that's how you can tell it's a fake out if you don't get the initial gold spark. Come on. You guys have failed me. Alright. But you know what hasn't failed me? This skin. I'm so tempted. I probably won't do this on stream just because I'm not sure if I'm actually willing to commit, but dang, I want to so badly. What of the story of Project Matisse? I think for me, Project Matisse was such a good story. I loved hearing the backstory for Syuen. I hate Syuen still, and I really am mad at Syuen more now than I have before. But I think that she's well written as a character. I think everything, especially Maxwell, I actually like Maxwell more after reading the story. Just seeing the last thing, what's crazy is I like her the most in her last moments as a human, more than the rest of her story where she's nice to Syuen. How I feel about Maxwell is literally like, I like her in the last moment she's alive the most. I can't believe all that happened for her to get there and for like understanding why the bottom half of her is all metal, like stuff like that, and then seeing the interaction she had with Syuen, I don't. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to feel if it's done maliciously, because it's the same thing of like what Annie said about My Star said about it being a sarcastic line versus one that's actually sincere. It feels like there's a tinge of she knows what she's doing or what she's saying, but it's through the eyes of saying it as a Nikke versus admitting that she has retained memories as a human. I don't know if that makes sense. The third Maxwell made the demon of Maxwell exercise which to resume. Says that trying to stop something by force will just cause what you were trying to stop the story to happen. That's a crazy overlap. All of those are crazy overlaps. Oh, there's so much detail put into these events and also to these characters. This is why I can never get enough of Nikke. Nikke does so well with every detail. Oh my god. I can't wait for more stories and more events to come out. Project Matisse was really good. I can't imagine the next part that follows. I haven't decided what to get of these yet. I'll probably get Missilus so that I can finish out Flora's items here, because I have the arm left for her. But yes, in my top 10 games for a reason. Nikke is beautiful. Nikke is so beautifully written. It's a game that I never thought I would get into because I literally just wrote it off as the ass jiggle game. Now I know it's an ass jiggle game and so much more. It's plot relevant in every relevancy of plot. But for now, guys, thank you so much for enjoying the story with me of Project Matisse. I can't wait for the next story that they put out, and I can't wait to share that with you guys. I do want to note that I might be a little sparse this next month because of some family stuff going on again. I have both my parents' birthdays this month, so it's going to be busy for Mama and Papa Miri. Thank you for hanging out with me. Sorry for talking. No! Please never apologize for something like that. I love talking with you guys, and I love hearing what you guys say. Everything is super interesting too because, and I was thinking about this last stream, you guys are so knowledgeable about Nikke. It's so interesting for me to hear everything because of how much you guys know more than I do. I feel like when you guys talk, I get to learn so much more, and I get to share those facts later with friends who don't even know Nikke, and I love that. So please never apologize for that. I'm really happy that you were here talking with me and yapping with me. Bye-bye, hope to discuss more later. Definitely, we will. I have a lot coming up, and I'm very excited for a lot of things to be coming out. So for now, guys, I love you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I will see you next time. Have a good time zone. That's how it goes when you stream Nikke. I love Nikke so much. I love yapping with you guys so much. So I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Bye, 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 bye. My throat is gone. Bye. Bye. Bye.